Jörg,
Ja,
du müsstest jetzt mal gucken, dass du Channel 1 nochmal neu aufgleist.
Channel 1.
Ja, weil Streaming-Link und wo ist irgendwie alles lädt.
Kann ich das bei dir machen?
Nee, müssen wir deinen Laptop machen.
Ja.
Ja?
Channel 1. Ich bin gleich bei dir.
Wieso sehe ich jetzt auf Zoom eigentlich? Hä? Was ist das für ein Scheiß? Falsche Link. Tobias, hast du mir einen falschen Link hinterlegt?
Nein?
Du hast dir die Stream-Keys geschickt.
Ja.
Jetzt ist bei mir das falsche Fenster aufgegangen.
Was jetzt?
So. Dann setze ich mich weiter.
Hallo Karl, wir sind jetzt auch schon direkt online auf YouTube im Livestream.
Ja, ist gut, dann kann ich ja gleich sharen. Warte, ich
Genau,
share.
dann machen wir dich gleich mal zum Host.
Genau.
So, Karl, Recording habe ich gestartet. Du bist jetzt Host in dem Channel.
Das ist schon mal gut. Und ich versuche jetzt gerade noch.
Und der Zoom-Stream läuft auch. Das heißt, du bist
Gut,
jetzt live.
das ist gut. Jetzt wollte ich mal sharen.
Karl ist live?
Ja.
Also share.
Der,
Erkennen,
weiß live.
gestreamt werden, ne?
Ja, erzähl doch mal.
der Zoom-Link Channel 1, der kommt jetzt noch vom. So, dann, Karl, bin ich jetzt mal hier raus und lass dich
Genau,
weiter.
du gehst raus, aber ihr seht jetzt meinen Screen, ne? Channel 1, 2, 3.
Was mir gefallen
Ich schau mal ganz kurz.
Die Leute reinholen? Ja, ist klar.
So, was wollten wir jetzt machen in Meetings? So.
Ja, wir sehen deinen Screen auch im YouTube. Wunderbar.
Okay, super. Alles
Gehen wir
klar.
mal raus.
Gut, danke.
So, dann gucken wir mal. Ist schon jemand drin und kann schauen, ob
Ja, jetzt kommt was rauskommen.
Brauchen wir den Zettel noch? Vielleicht.
welche Seite willst du? Willst du noch was?
Das ist mir egal, ich muss nur an ihm nochmal vorbei.
Mal
Mal
gestern
klettern.
Jetzt könntest du ja
So, also,
hier anschließen.
raus aus Offen mit 2 Tabs.
Hast du 2 Tabs, habe ich aufgehauen.
Ja,
Musst du
2 Tabs.
mute dich mal und Ton aus.
So besser?
Einstellen.
Jetzt müsste Ton kommen, ne?
So, wie bei dir bist du gemutet?
Ne, ich bin nicht gemutet. Also ich muss ja den anmachen.
Ja, genau, soll jetzt kommen.
Also kommt jetzt, müsste
Blur
Sound kommen.
ausschalten. Sag mal, kann da einer sagen, wo ich jetzt Blur ausschalten kann?
Video.
Video. Blur Background. Okay.
Ja, sehr gut.
Stream Test. Sag mal was. Ah, ja, jetzt kommt was. Einen noch doppelt.
Genau.
Jetzt.
Jetzt 1, 2, 3.
Jetzt
Jetzt
müsst
müsste
ihr nur noch, Ton habt ihr ja sowieso. Spiel läuft, das sollte es eigentlich jetzt volles
Und-
Ohr, feuerfrei.
Unseren Screen sieht auch jeder. So, 1, 2, 3. Ja?
Das dauert.
Das kommt ja noch dazu.
Ja, okay.
1, 2, 3, ja, genau.
Ja. Okay, so then,
Einer fehlt noch nicht. Ja, schwer.
no, we start, right?
Moment, da haben wir jetzt. Achso, okay, hier, der kommt ja. Gut.
Hast du das nicht machen?
Ich versuch's, ja. Okay, gut.
Was jetzt noch?
Ja.
Ach so. Yeah, let me start while Carl is searching the slides here. Yeah, welcome to our session, Key Extensibility Best Practices. This is Kai Demann, and my name is Thomas Schneider, and I was area product owner for extensibility in the ABAP platform, and Kai is my successor. And let me just mention that also I'm author of the book SAP of Performance Optimization by in the Weinberg Verlag, and that was the 8th. It's now the 8th edition, and I'm preparing the 9th. And that was really interesting to see this HANA stuff. Of course, the HANA Hex engine. I'm in deep discussion with my colleagues when the HANA Hex engine is used and when not. So I had to add this. We had some discussion with Carl when we prepared the session. And that was your feedback or the feedback from the organization, not another session about extensibility strategy and about clean core, because it's covered by Sapphire Tech at the Oktoberfest. Also not another session about AI, because this was also well covered. So I have just two replays for here, the Sapphire keynote. That's Jensen Huang, from CEO from NVIDIA, who was not live on stage, but on video with Christian Klein. And he said the really nice sentence, the most valuable ABAP language, most valuable language is ABAP. Okay, he said at SAP, the most valuable language is ABAP. But of course, that was a really proud moment for us, because ABAP mentioned in Sapphire that did not happen for ages. And then Jensen Huang, yeah, that was very interesting. And there were a lot of announcements by Christian Klein, and then another a lot of announcement about the build and ABAP by Michael Ameling here on the TechEd. So if you are also teaching ABAP and maybe you make advertisement for ABAP, then use the replay from Jensen Huang. That's always an eye catcher. Okay, agenda is very simple. We will start with an extensibility overview because we have to bring you on the same line. We cannot avoid this. But then we come to the main act, the best practices for key user developer extensibility. Yeah, that Kai, over to you.
Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, so let's start. Let's first of all have a look at S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition or extensibility in S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition. As you know, this is a software as a service. Yeah, so SAP provides the latest innovation automatically. This happens with upgrades that are scheduled on fixed dates. Yeah, and there are two challenges that arise from this. First of all, the extensions must not break the upgrade. On the other hand, the upgrade must not break the extensions. Yeah, so therefore, SAP has come up with an extensibility concept that fulfills this. Yeah, so that means the extensions are lifecycle stable and they're decoupled from the core. In particular, this means they're modification free, they don't clash with SAP, only public or released extension points and APIs can be used, and it's compliant with zero downtime. The extensions can be done either on stack or for loosely coupled applications side by side. Worth mentioning that this concept is not only available for S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition, but also for Private Edition and for on-premise. Yeah, because also there customers want to have a nice upgrade experience. So let's have a look at the patterns. High level, there are two patterns. First of all, there may be the need to have a tightly integrated extension, yeah, so that you typically do on stack. Two flavors. One may be that you want to extend an existing SAP application or transaction, for instance, by adding a custom field or adding some safe validations. Or there may be the requirement to create a completely new app, yeah, using released APIs or doing some SQL joins. In both cases, let me use the pointer, yeah. In both cases, the access is only possible via released extension points or released local APIs. For loosely coupled applications, you may choose the side-by-side extension on the SAP Business Technology platform. In this case, the integration with S/4HANA Cloud or with S/4HANA is done via remote APIs or events. Again, here, the remote APIs are either released ones or the ones that you provide yourself as part of your custom code. Now, what tools can you use? There are two types of tools, low code and pro code. Low code is basically form-based WYSIWYG, yeah, so easy to use. And pro code is mainly, I would say, text-based. Yeah. So if we have a look now again at the on-stack extensibility, what is there? The low-code offering, there we have the key user extensibility as part of the ABAP Cloud development approach. And in Pro Code, we have the developer extensibility, yeah, where you then use ABAP development tools. For side-by-side extensibility, we have as low-code tools subbuild apps, process automation, and subbuild workzone. And as for Pro Code offering, if you're heading for non-ABAP based side-by-side extensions, you could choose subbuild code with the cloud application programming model. If you're heading for side-by-side extensions using ABAP, you can use the SAP BTP ABAP environment. Yeah, also again following the ABAP cloud development model. If you are on-premise or private cloud customer, you still also have the option of the classic extensibility. Yeah, so a full feature set, but again here it's a problem again with the upgrade stability. Yeah, so but the option is available. Here we have compiled, I would say, an algorithm how you can identify if you should head for a side-by-side extension or on-stack extension. We will not go into the detail in this session, yeah, because side-by-side that's not part or the focus of the session. What we are focusing on is key user versus developer extensibility. So mainly we will focus on here when to use what.
I have to step in. We are already wrong because what we've seen in the keynote, we had consumer even consumer grade apps on stack ABAP developer extensibility, which is normally our algorithm would lead to side by side. But you have seen in the keynote, yeah, you can also build, of course, consumer grade apps with ABAP, yeah. Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I think,
Okay.
yeah, so it's my turn. I will take a seat. When S4 was launched 10 years ago, we identified two types of persona who are doing extensibility. The developer, okay, you all know what a developer is. Don't have to talk about developers. But then we have the key user that was mainly also driven by other cloud providers, yeah, where they have a web-based key user business experts in the LOBs, implementation consultants who are also doing extensibility. So we came up with two completely different sets of tools for developer and for key user extensibility. You all know this here, the ABAP in Eclipse, yeah, which is now really ready for prime time since the launch of Steampunk. We have integrated everything that you need for modern ABAP development into ADT. And then we have the low-code, no-code tools in Fiori. Yeah, and I'm doing the job now for 10. Yeah, I did the job now for 10 years as the APO, and this low-code, no-code is always a hype, and then it's going down and going up. But low-code, no-code tools, they will not go away. Yeah, so you should also know about this. And now the main part, we will go through the different extensibility use cases that we are seeing and giving you the best practice and the guidance. That opens now the main part of our story. So the first is the UI adaptation project. UI adaptation is possible in the key user tool directly in FLP. And it's also in the Business Application Studio. And we will now have two demos. I will do the easy part. I will do the key user, and then Kai will do the developer part. And now let me switch here to our okay, I'm already there. So I want to go to credit management, credit accounts, and we said we take the managed credit accounts. Yeah, and I think most of you will have seen this. There is directly in the Fiori app, if you have the right authorization, if you are a key user, you can go here to the Adapt UI. Then you are in the UI adaptation mode, and then you can click here. You can edit the filter. Don't want to do this. You can edit here the table, the columns, the sorting, the grouping, and then I can, even in the UI adaptation mode, I can go to the navigation. So I go here into the form, and then go back here to UI adaptation, and then I can move around the fields. For example, I can rename the field. I can remove it. I can add new custom fields. The colleagues sitting in the back will have the next session on custom fields. And when I'm done, I can save it and activate it here, give it a new version, and then transport it. I have presented a more complex use case to even embed content in my Devtoberfest session. So if you want to join this, they have this embedded content, which is a really nice feature. And that was the key user part, the easy part. And now Kai will show you the developer part.
Thank you, Thomas. So that was really nice and impressive, easy to use. Now I need to see, I have this. Kannst du mir gerade helfen? Kriege ich denn das hier? Kriege ich das hier? Ist das irgendwie klein?
Also, du kannst, glaube ich, packen. Nee, du schiebst in die Ecke.
Wo denn? Wo kann ich es packen?
Ja, okay.
Okay, sorry, some technical. Yeah. So that was really nice and impressive. On the other hand, you saw limited options. Yeah. So what I now would like, if we go back here, what I would like to achieve, if we go to the list report again, I would like to have here a clear button. Okay, yeah, so that when someone has entered data in the filter bar and wants to reset it, that there is a clear button. Then I'm not happy with the responsive table. Yeah, so I would rather have quit table. And I'm also not happy here with the ordering of the code and the description of the risk class. Yeah, so I want to change the order. That was not possible with the key user tool, but it's possible with developer extensibility. Therefore, I go to Business Application Studio and I can now create a new project. So there I have the option to choose SAP UI5 adaptation project. Let's do that. So it will suggest a project name and ask me for an application title. Let's call that Manage Credit Accounts Demo. Yeah, next. And now I need to choose the system that I shall connect. Yeah, here I choose an S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition system.
Okay. Dazwischen. Ja.
Yeah, so now I have chosen an S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition system. Yeah, and you also see here by default, it's a cloud ready project, which means the extension or the adaptation project that I now will create is upgrade stable. On the other hand, now I need to choose the application that I want to enhance, and that's the managed credit accounts. Here I just see the list of applications that have been released for extensibility, because remember at the beginning, only released extension points. Yeah. So I'm lucky here, the managed credit accounts app has been released for adaptation project, so I choose it. And I continue, then the system will ask me again, will be a new app variant, which has its own tile. Yeah, so it will ask me for a title, manage credit accounts, and I say subtitle is demo. And then at the end, it will, or the wizard will also ask me for deployment configuration. So it will be the name of the ABAP repository or PSP application. Yeah, it will ask me for a package and a transport request, and then I'm done. Yeah, so this is standard. I will not enter this here. I also, to save time, I already executed the wizard in advance. Yeah, so this will generate me this project. What I get out of the box is here an app descriptor variant. Yeah, so, and as you can see, I had already prepared some changes, namely, as we did in the wizard, we said we want to have a new tile. Yeah, and you can see this already was added here, that there in the app descriptor, there is a new title and subtitle, which I can find here in the A18N file. Yeah, you see this was just what I added in the wizard. So now, as I said, there were 3 changes that I want to do. I want to have this clean button. So this I can do with the adaptation editor. Let's start adaptation editor. Oops. Now let's see, let's do a refresh. Now that's a pity. Okay, then I'm sorry for that. Then that worked yesterday when we practiced the session. So unfortunately, I now have to switch to a recording. So let's see where we can jump in. I'm really sorry about that. Okay, so you go to the adaptation editor. Yeah, and then you can select the smart filter bar. And then you see that you get here the option to enable the clear button. Yeah, so let's do that. Yeah, see, it was added. I can save it. So that was the first easy, or again here, although it's a Procode tool, it was easy to solve. Yeah. Now the next step, as I said, I want to change from a responsive table to the grid table. So therefore, I have to enhance the app descriptor. Yeah, and you add 2 lines of code. Yeah, for instance, the one is that you change here the table setting to a table type, also grid table. Yeah, and then I want to have this condensed. Yeah, so I say the layout should be condensed layout should be true. So when this is done, I can go back here. The system will recognize that changes are there. I can reload. Bam. If I execute the search again, you will see that now I have a grid table. Nice. Okay, last step. I want to change the order of the code and the description for the risk class. So therefore, I need to create a new local annotation file. I have to choose the service. So here is just one service in the project, and then I create a new empty annotation file. Okay, here we go. I just pause here. And now what I did here, I added one annotation, namely for the credit risk class field, that the text arrangement should change to text first. Yeah, before it was code first or text last, now it's text first. Now I go back. When you go back to the adaptation editor and reload, you will then see, if I execute the search again, and voila. You see the order of text and code was changed. So let's go back. Business Application Studio, but there it does not end. You have many more options. Yeah, I open here a project that I prepare beforehand. You can also extend controllers. Yeah, so can put your JavaScript code here. You can add fragments and a lot more. So then coming back to the presentation.
Yeah, go back. I think the extensibility story is really the most striking argument for switching to Fiori, yeah, because this is another game. As you have seen, you can basically, especially with a modern, with a new, especially RAP-based and Fiori elements-based Fiori UIs, you can do almost everything in a life cycle. Even that was our demo system is public cloud. Yeah, that's even possible in public cloud, like completely life cycle stable. Yeah, the upgrade is just running, and of course you also benefit there in private cloud on-premise. Yeah, that you don't have to rework this. So that is really a game changer. Yeah,
so exactly. Now. And now a question for you. We want to give some guidance when to use what. Yeah. So as you saw, the key user adaptation was really easy to use. So if you can implement your requirements with the key user adaptation, just do it. Yeah. So if the scope is sufficient, go for it. If it's not sufficient, like in my case, then use the adaptation project. Keep in mind, in the public cloud, you have it enabled for developer extensibility. So this will be upgrade stable, but you can only do the extensions for released UIs that are released for extension. If you are on-premise, you also can do this, but this follows the classic extensibility approach. So these UIs are not.
These are, let's say, 98% lifecycle stable. They are not 100%. So in public cloud, they are really 100% lifecycle stable. In private, because you have in private cloud and on-premise, you have a much broader scope. There is a small risk, but of course, it's much easier to maintain this than modification in the old process. Okay, so it's my turn, right?
Yep.
Yeah, extension fields. I don't want to say much because the guys sitting in the back will talk another 3/4 of an hour about custom fields. I have also recorded the Devtoberfest session. Here the guidance. Our clear guidance is also here. If the scope is fulfilled by the key user extensibility by the custom fields app, that will be shown by the colleagues, then go for it. Yeah. Next would be to go for ADT, for ABAP, for cloud development, and then of course still you need the old tools if you are, for example, in this area that we have seen in the keynote, yeah, where there is no ABAP cloud enablement yet, then you still need the old stuff. So then the next one, custom logic. Yeah, also custom logic you can implement mainly with bodies, but also with BDEV extension. Yeah, the ABAP extensibility. You can do this with developer and key user tools. And here the guide is very simple. Yeah, if you're a developer, do it with developer extensibility. If you're a key user, do it with key user extensibility. Here, for you as a developer, there is no benefit of doing it with the key user editor because it is not simpler. Yeah, in the other examples, UI and custom fields, there the key user extensibility is much simpler. The functional scope of ABAP for key users is always smaller than ABAP for cloud development in this area. Then that's now an ugly point that I have to tell you, because there are still a lot of, they are still bodies that are released for key user extensibility, but not for developer extensibility. Yeah, please open the influence request. Yeah, the application development is advised to release them. Yeah, we have the parity principle. Yeah, but of course, there's always time and budget. Yeah, we have a huge amount of bodies and there is some testing ongoing, but they are advised to release them also, or to give you a better solution. Yeah, sometimes they say, okay, this is a body for key user, here for developer extensibility, we have a more powerful one. That could be also the case. Yeah, but we have this parity principle that everything that must also be released or have a better solution. Same as for CDS view and all the stuff. This comment comes now several times. Then we go to business objects, and for business objects we have again a demo. Let me start with a custom business object. Again, I will do the easy part and play the role of a key user. And I go here to extensibility, custom business object. Okay, they are also quite some time on the market. So they are not very new, but I will show them because it is our intention to give you a feeling how key user tools and how developer tools work. Consulting team 1, 8. And now I'm in form-based editor, and I want to now create a new business object. So the first thing is that here I have the option to generate a user interface. Yeah, that will generate a user interface, and of course, no data service for me. I have also several options here to say, okay, that could be associated. I want to have change documents. I want to have data access management for data privacy reasons. So this I can click on and I go to fields, and here I have already some fields already pre-filled. I want to create a new field. I want to give team a name. And I have text 20, which is absolutely okay. And then I will move it to the top. And then I want to just one other field, that is the team lead. And here I choose association to another business object. And you know, in S4, the employee is not an employee, but it's a workforce person. Yeah, the employee is managed workforce. So I have to know that an employee is a workforce person. And that gives me now the value help for this one. And here in this case, it includes also the data privacy stuff. Yeah, already it's not mentioned in the documentation. Yeah, it's a bit because we cannot guarantee this, but you get also the support for data privacy. So I would stop. So I want to have a new node. Create a new node. The team has, of course, members, and now I really want to stop it because now I can create a node, and then I have now the team members. Yeah. Yeah, I've prepared this a bit. So in the end, I have to save it and to publish it. But I have prepared it a bit because it takes some minutes to generate, especially to adapt all the UI stuff, invalidate all the caches and so on. So I prepared a bit. There is should be a consulting team. This is my app. So this is the final app. You can see the name, the lead, the description. I've created already one. I want to create another one. That would be Waldorf 2. And the lead, as you would expect, there is a value help, and I can add myself. Press now. Create. Yeah. So then, Kai, it's your turn to do it with developer extensibility.
Thank you, Thomas. Again, that was quite impressive, and I think everyone can use it. So that was really easy. So now let's see how easy this is and what I need to do as a developer. So of course, come on, cannot see it. There we go. Yeah. So as a developer, I mean, at the end, everything starts with the database table. Yeah. So now I'm in ABAP development tools for Eclipse. And the first thing that I need to do is I need to create a database table for my consulting team. Yeah. So I already prepared this. Again, we have here a name, we have a lead, we have a description. I also added the administrative data. Unfortunately, I don't have here a support that this is there out of the box. You just had one click and got this field. I have to do this myself. So now the database table, of course, now I need my business object. I need the UI service like you did with 2 clicks. For me, it's a little bit more clicks. So I need now to, or have the possibility to generate all those objects. Yeah, so I can start here a wizard and say, okay, I want to have OData UI service, which will then say, okay, it will generate the CDS views, it will generate the behavior definition implementation, and so on and so forth. Yeah, and I continue. I need to choose a package, and there I will choose set ABAPConf teamken. Yeah, next. And now the system already will propose me some names for the objects that are to be generated. Yeah, so for the business object, the name for the CDS view and for the behavior implementation are proposed. Also for, because I want to have a draft-enabled business object, the draft table. Also for the projection layer, it will provide a name for the CDS view and for the behavior implementation. And also then at the end, I want to have a business service. Yeah. So the name of the service definition and service binding. I continue. I'm happy with the name, so I keep everything as is. Here I then can still have a look what at the end will be generated. Yeah. Then as always, I choose a transport request and then I would be done. Again, to save time, I already prepared this. Yeah, so this is how it looks like. You have here your behavior implementation. Here is the draft table. You have all the CDS views, the behavior definition, and at the end you have the service definition and service binding. Yeah, so let's have a look. Service binding. Here I can do then a preview. Okay, so that already looks good. So let's create now a new consulting team. ABAPConf channel 3. Yeah, so let's choose that. So that doesn't look that bad. So quite similar to what Thomas did. Yeah, so of course, what I'm still lacking here is I don't have a value help for a team lead, but I need one. Yeah, so what to do? Let's go back to ABAP development tools for Eclipse. I go to the data definition. Yeah, and you can see here I have the lead, and here I now need to add my value help. I need to take a look into my cheat sheet. Oh God. Here we go. It's the one that I can now add. Yeah, again, you see, so it's a value help definition that points to this CDS view that's released for developer extensibility. And I can activate it. I go back to my UI. I do a refresh. And voila, there the value help is. Of course, here the team, this is not Thomas, it's me, of course. Right, and I can then save. Okay. So good so far. Now, but you still see the members are missing. So I'm not done here. Yeah, I still need to proceed. So for the child node, I now again would need to create my database table. I need to create the CDS views, behavior definition, implementation, and so on and so forth.
I think there's also a wizard preparation.
Exactly.
I think wizards are the next big thing. I think in the moment we have about 10 wizards in the different area. I think you will also see the one about the custom fields in the next session. But we have about 10 wizards which are now going out, and these will boost the efficiency a lot. Yeah, because creating all these objects, it's a pain.
Yeah. One last statement. Yeah, So up till here, I just have generated the UI service. What I still need is the actual Fiori app. Yeah, there we have meanwhile a tool bridge. I saw this will be, I think, part of the keynote at the very end. So I don't spoil it, but yeah. All right, so let's come back to the slides. Yeah, come on. Okay. Yeah, so when to use what? Again, depending on your role. If you're a key user, use the key user tool. If you're a developer, use the developer tool. As before, scope in key user tools is limited. Yeah, so you have more feature richness in the developer extensibility. For instance, assume you want to integrate a remote service, yeah, and now would like to have a type proxy with the developer extensibility. You can create a consumption model and easily then program against this. If you're doing this with key user extensibility, such features are not available. Yeah, then let's have a look at CDS and OData. Again, for key user extensibility, we have a Fiori app that you can create your own custom CDS view. For developer extensibility, it's again ADT. Question, when to use what? Also here, answer is according to your role. Yeah, and again, the scope in the key user extensibility is not as rich as in developer extensibility, therefore it's easier to use. Yeah. One example is if you create a custom CDS view with a key user app, you can only have read-only OData service on top. Yeah, if you want to have a write-enabled OData service, you need to go for developer extensibility. And next area is analytics. Yeah, so also here we have Fiori apps and SAP Analytics Cloud for key user extensibility and ADT and SAP Analytics Cloud for developer extensibility. If you have a look at the stack, yeah, so everything again here starts from the database table because there is your data. Yeah, then you have your views or view entities on top, typically a cube view and then a query, analytical query. All this you can do with either the key user tools or with the developer extensibility tools. When it then comes to the final application, there you have then different options. Yeah, so you can create a Fiori app, for instance, an analytical table or a multi-dimensional analysis. This you do with developer extensibility. If you want to have a multi-dimensional report, review booklet, or KPI and reports, you have corresponding key user apps. Note that the applications use different protocols, so this might be important for your use case. When to use what? Again, here, same statement, it depends on your role. And again, repeating ourselves, in the key user area, it's not that you have less features than in the developer extensibility areas. However, there is one important point to mention. The analytical queries that you create with developer extensibility don't support OData, so you can only create services that support the INA protocol. And also smart business applications you cannot create with developer extensibility. Is that a problem? Not really. So if you say you have a use case that you need a cube, for instance, to create it with developer extensibility, but you still want to have your smart business KPI, you're not that end. Yeah, so you can create your own cube view with developer extensibility and then release it for consumption in key user extensibility. Yeah, so that then with the key user tools, you could create your query against the cube and your smart business KPI, for instance. And that brings me to you again, Thomas.
Yeah, that brings us to our last slides and about the relationship between key user extensibility and developer extensibility. The first thing that you always should have in mind that developer extensibility and key user extensibility are separated layers. Yeah, so the objects created by key user objects are private objects. Yeah, they have a lot of benefits in it for the key user because they are completely managed by the tool, but they are also owned by the tool. Yeah, you can display and debug them in ADT. Yeah, when you go to the key user package, you can see them, you can debug them, you can also copy them manually over. Yeah, if you have created an object with key user extensibility, you can take the code and create the same object with developer extensibility. You can even debug it in client 100. You know, in public cloud, we have two clients, client 80 and client 100. but they are separated. They must be never changed. Also, in on-premise where you could do this, yeah, you should never change a key user object. And the access between these are even separated. Normally, you, as a developer in Developer Extensibility, you cannot access key user objects. With classic ABAP, you can, but not with ABAP language version 5. Yeah. The only exception, and the colleagues will talk about this, are the custom fields. Here is a more documentation on the blog. The other way is possible. You can release a developer extensibility object and use in key user extensibility. Yeah. So from the layering, you should always keep in mind that the key user extensibility logically is on top of developer extensibility, which absolutely makes sense because you as a developer are working for your lines of business. Yeah, that's our picture behind. Yeah, and let me go here to the last demo. I think we have still a couple of minutes. Then we can do this demo. I need the Chrome. So yeah, I want to go to my. I want to go to my consulting team here, and I have created a small validation here. Logic. I have before save validation. You can see here, this is the web-based key user editor with ABAP for cloud. Basically, it looks like ABAP if you have never seen this. And then 1 second. Yeah, I was in the, sorry, I still was in the, I prepared this before and I did not left the right state. So I have prepared here a small validation. What I want to do is to do a check against a skill database. Yeah, imagine that you have created a skill database with developer extensibility. And I want to check, has the lead of my team should have the skill team lead. Yeah, and currently the select statement goes again against a custom CDS view. We are starting with Z. That is my skill database, and currently it is commented out. And I now want to comment it in. And you see here the error message, the use of CDS entities is not permitted. Yeah, as mentioned, we have 2 layers. Yeah, the key user layer and developer layer. And first they do nothing, they cannot access each other. But here I can go to ADT, open my package, where I have the Z skill, that is custom field, core data service, data definition. Yeah, they have my skill view. And now I can go to API state, and I can now add here the so-called C1 contract. I say, okay, it should be used in key user apps. And then next, finish. And now I've done this, and now let me go back to the second. Error should be gone. Yeah, the error is gone. Yeah, now I can use it because I've released it. I save and publish. And then let me give it a second. Okay, push this now. Yeah. So and now I go to my consulting team and will create a new team. That and I say, okay, Kai should be delete. Hey. Okay. Da.
I think that was also the topic in the keynote, right?
Okay, now I say create, and so of course Kai does not have any consent. Oh, you have it. Oh my God. Okay, So that what was our last demo. Yeah, so this is possible. Yeah, you can develop something as a developer and then release it for your key users. Yeah, and that's always the idea. That is always the idea behind it. Okay, PowerPoint is here. So basically, that is what you have always keep in mind. Yeah. So the first one is don't open this influence ticket and say, okay, we want to have this in key user extensibility, this in key. So we want to have everything in key user extensibility, what we have in developer extensibility. That will not happen. Yeah, because to implement something in key user in our key user tools is much more work than implementing for developers. And in the end, with a form-based editor, you cannot put every feature in it. Yeah, that's the first one, and the second one is have here two combination. So people are coming in for the next session. Last is the guidance for partners. Key user extensibility objects are not supported in add-ons. So if you are a partner and want to create an add-on, you have to go to developer extensibility. Labs preview, our colleagues will talk about this. Custom fields, there is an extra. So that. Wie bitte? Yeah, okay. Then, so the outlook would be if you are interested in the AI features, of course, AI will be the next topic. We'll integrate AI here, then go to our Devtober Fest session and the TechEd session. The wrap up, yeah, I think we showed or gave you an idea how key user tools and how developer tools work, yeah, what their universes or where their sweet spots are. So what is definitely not possible that you start with a key user tool in the morning and continue with the developer tools in the evening. So you have to make up your mind when to use what. Yeah, we have given the guidance. And for the rest, I would recommend here the three papers that we have and a lot of other material and also the sessions from TechEd. Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas, and thanks to all of you.
Thank you.
Ich habe nochmal geschickt. Per Mail. Da ist alles drin. Im Link ist das Meeting-ID und Passwort. Da wird nochmal eine Mail geschickt. Das Neueste muss ich übernehmen.
Ja.
Da ist das Wasser.
Nee, ich habe dir nur nochmal ein Mail geschickt. Da müsste drin sein.
Also ist die, wo danach kommt, ja, ist die Raum aus. Du bist dort drin, also dann müsst du wahrscheinlich.
Daniel ist jetzt drin, ne? Daniel ist drin.
Bin noch nicht
Ich habe
ganz.
dir Mail geschickt. Das letzte Mail, was du geschickt
Ja, da ist nur der Link, was ich bräuchte, ist der Access Code, weil die wollten danach kommen.
Okay, ich glaube, ich würde mal sagen. Gehst du mit deiner D-Nummer rein? Oder?
Mit Audio oder läuft das Audio über dich?
Audio bei euch schon switchen.
Sollen wir das Audio hier einmal?
Also wenn du da dran bist, sharest du einfach. Aber zum Moment.
So, jetzt. Okay. Hast alles?
Also hier jetzt noch, den muss man noch einen Stöpsel und den Wald mit dazu. Also hier kommt schon was.
Okay, das heißt, wenn ich nachher was scheren will, dann.
Dann sharest du es über Zoom und ich mache Zoom auf.
Okay, dann würde ich einfach hier sagen, share.
Okay, ist nichts. Also alles. Dann muss ich nochmal drücken. Ah,
Wird der erkannt eigentlich für euch? Ich gucke mal. Die neuen Stecker stecken. Das Ganze.
Ja, jetzt mit verquatschen dann. Aber ist das? Deswegen ist es dran.
Naja,
Und dann ist
Ich würde mal die Fernbedienung, dann muss man dann noch umstellen auf HDMI irgendwas. Eins ist ja schon. Gibt es HDMI 2 oder so?
ja auch gut, aber gerade jetzt nicht so, ich kann das probieren, aber
HDMI 2 kann auch nicht. Könnt ihr mal weiter?
eins.
Okay, ne?
Ja.
Also online seid ihr schon da? Nicht bist du scheren, Carsten. Switch mal rüber, vielleicht geht's aber hin.
Dann machen wir mal nur den HDMI raus.
Ja.
Jetzt kommt
Okay, willst du dann das Zoom-Meeting sharen, Carsten? Weil dann kann ich die Folie klicken.
Ja, kann ich machen. Wenn du mir sagst, was ich machen muss, einfach hier share, oder?
Nee, einfach anzeigen. Nicht das Share machst du nachher, wenn du dann
Okay.
das Demo zeigst.
Das heißt, ich.
Genau. Ja, das reicht, glaube ich, schon.
So, du bist jetzt nur HDMI, genau.
Genau. Wer teilt jetzt?
Du wolltest schön, ne?
Ich share, genau. Ich teile über YouTube.
Okay.
Genau. Und Carsten hier den Screen.
Genau, also das scheint auch zu funktionieren.
Okay, das heißt aber, wenn ich jetzt nachher was zeige, muss ich dann noch irgendwas machen? Weil hier sieht man, okay, dann share. Genau.
Okay, welcome to this talk about extension fields. Extension fields built with the key user tools and developer tools, especially about the do's and don'ts. So what you should take care of, what you should consider when you create, edit, work with extension fields, especially if you're working with S/4HANA Cloud Private Edition or on-premise. My name is Daniel Wachs. I work as architect in the key user and developer extensibility area. And this is my colleague Carsten. Carsten.
Yeah. Hello, also from my side. I'm working in the same team as Daniel, and I'm a development expert in this team.
Yeah, we're in the team which built the key user custom fields tool, the app. Maybe some of you know that app or worked with it already. And yeah, in the past years, we've learned a lot about what customers can do wrong when they use this app, when they use key user custom fields and also developer extensibility, especially when they work with on-premise or private cloud edition. In our talk, we first want to start to give an overview about extensibility in S/4HANA at all. If you've seen the talk before from Thomas Schneider and Kai Demann, maybe see something that you've heard already or seen already. Then we will look a bit deeper into key user versus developer extensibility for extension fields. And then we look into the first main issue that customers often have is actually how do I find the right extension point? So how do I find out what I need to extend? Then the main part comes, which is taken over by Carsten then, is the do's and don'ts, really what you should need to consider. And at the end, we give you some further information, some links, blog posts, and so on. Okay, with that, we start with the slide. Yeah, I can see it. If we talk about extensibility in cloud applications, and we often talk about cloud, there it's different than in the past, or even more stricter that the software provider on the one hand side and the software consumer are strictly separated. So the one who is delivering the software, in our case that's SAP, and the one who is consuming the software are strictly separated. And consuming software is not only seen from the end user side, so someone who's using the software at the end, but also from extensibility point of view. So someone who's extending the applications. And the reason is pretty simple, because the software provider wants to deliver new features, and with that needs to make sure that this is possible at any point in time. And this only works if the extensions which are done on customer side, that they are upgrade stable, that they are lifecycle stable. And that means on the other side that they must not have any modifications, that they should only use released APIs or extension points. And of course, the extensions itself should be upgrade stable. And now we talk about developer and key user extensibility. And there you should need to know that key user extensibility objects, they are always fully managed by the key user tool. So you create those objects with a Fiori UI, with a key user app. And this app and the framework behind it manages all the objects which are generated in the backend system. And managing means it's responsible for creating, editing, deleting, but also for the software lifecycle, transport lifecycle of those objects. And if you try to edit, for example, these objects in the backend or with ADT, you will see that this is not possible. These objects can be displayed and debugged, but editing is not allowed. And key user objects have a separate namespace or name range than developer objects. and they reside in a different software component typically. From a view, you can think of it in that way that key user objects are always on top. They can access objects from developer extensibility if they are released accordingly, but not the other way around. And there's one big exception, that's extension fields. That's what we talk about. There we actually want to achieve full interoperability, so that if you have an extension field created with key user extensibility, and you want to use this extension field in developer extensions, like using the field to read data, or maybe even to define additional field properties for it, then you can do that. There's a blog post from Thomas Schneider. We have linked it here in the PowerPoint. I guess this will be shared with you after the conference, where you can have a look at it. Okay, now we come to the extension field part, and we start with a short demo of key user extensibility.
Okay, so then let's see. This works. Yeah. Okay, great. So I hope you can see my screen. So let's imagine for this demo of our our custom fields tool, we want to add now a field here in our managed sales order version 2 app. And as we've seen it in the session before, and maybe you already know it, the easiest way to do this is directly from the Fiori UI using this Adapt UI feature. So I click this here. What I want to do is I want to add in the order area, in the order data section here, a new field. So I enter the UI adaptation mode. I press here this add field. And if this section is extensible, I see here a little information about so-called business context. And I have also here a button where I can directly jump to our custom fields app. This has the advantage that you now get already some context when starting this custom fields app, and especially our UI already knows which business context to pre-select, and also the service which is behind this app you've started. So I want to add here now a field which carries an employee reference. I want to associate a value help with it, so I can get help which employees to choose. And as you might know, I think it was also mentioned in the session before, employees are treated as workforce in SAP. So I would select this workforce person value help, and that's all I would need to do. Because this takes time to publish, I already prepared something here. So I have here a field which has exactly this field type, this value help. And you can also see here, as I started via this Adapt UI integration, I can also see that the system knows which is the correct OData service to extend. Now, what might be also interesting for you, especially when thinking about on-premise and private cloud cases, you might wonder what is being generated in wrong system. Sorry for that. Yes. In the system behind the scenes. So we have a tool which you can use. It's this transaction. It's the scfd_feed viewer, which gives you also a list, which you normally, similar to what you see in our app, You can double click there. You can see the field definition, and especially you can also see a tab of enhancements where you can see which objects have been enhanced and how the enhancements look like. Yeah, so that's basically everything I wanted to show for the customer.
Yeah, maybe what's also worth to mention is that you do not only see the names, you can forward navigate to the objects, but you also see this change mode, for example. If something is wrong with the extension field, you could see, for example, that this change mode is like activate or update, that it needs to be updated. So if there's something wrong with the field. Okay, then let me take over again. And okay, I will go on with a demo of the developer extensibility. Therefore, I go to ADT. And if we want to extend, like Carsten did, a Fiori application with a field, I need to start at the CDS entity, which is used in the OData service of the Fiori application. I just take this example. This is some test example from our team. And there, what I can do in developer extensibility, if this object is released for extend in cloud development, that's a release date. You see it for every object here in the properties tab for the as API state for the so-called extend contract, C0. If this is set for use in cloud development, that means that this object can be extended in ADT. And if I want to do that, I can right-click this object in the tree and click Generate ABAP Repository Objects. There, basically, we get a list of generators or wizards which can be used for this object. So I could, for example, create an OData service based on this object if it is released for this. Now this object is released for extensibility, so I can create new extension fields. And I choose this wizard, and then I just need to specify a package, which I've already prepared. And then basically the actual wizard starts. It's very simple. What you can do here is just simply define the fields. You already get a proposal because the names of the fields in ABAP Cloud is very important. It needs to fit, first of all, the namespace needs to fit. So it needs to be a set namespace if you're a customer, or if you have a slash namespace, for example, you could also use that one. But you see also the suffix here, which is important, which is defined in the CDS view. You can take that from the CDS view, but the wizards already propose it to you. And there you can now define the field. Is this ABAPConf? Also give a label. And as this should be a Boolean field, I can search for Boolean data elements. So currently we only support typing by data elements in this wizard. And you can use all released data elements, which are released by SAP. So released means released for C1 for the use in cloud development. I see here I can use this ABAP Boolean data element and generate UI annotations. Different to the key user tool, I'm also able to add multiple fields at once in the developer extensibility. So I could add another one. Should be a note or text field. And I can not only choose delivered SAP data element, but I can define my own data elements and use them as well. This field should be a text field, and I want to generate UI annotations here as well. That means actually that annotations are generated, which ensure that the field is automatically displayed on Fiori applications at the end, if this is a CDS view which is used in Fiori applications. Okay, and then we have two sections here below. These are basically showing the objects which are extended in the end. So here we have a RAP application which is being extended, and we see all the objects. These are basically CDS views, but also a DATIC structure which is used in a database table, and we see the names of the objects which are generated, so the extensions, and we would be able to edit them. And here in this lower layer for the service layer extensions, this is the projection layer. Here we can choose if the object should be extended or not. For example, if we have not only one projection view, so one service which should be extended, but for example, we have a Fiori application based on this RAP-BO, and then we have some API based on this RAP-BO, we could extend all of them if we want to. So here we have the option to change the setting. And now I'm done. I can click next and get a final list of the objects which are being created. And here you see also a preview of the source code. And then I could click next and generate the object. This will take, I guess, some 2 to 3 minutes. That's why I'm not doing that. I prepared already an extension on this object. And now let's have a look at these objects which are generated. You see these are data definitions, so CDS extends, and one dictionary extent, which is the extension of the database extension include structure. And if I, for example, open the extension of this projection view, which I've started from, this looks like this. So basically exactly as we've seen in the preview. What I can do here is now, in difference to the key user tool, I can go and change the coding, because these objects are now my objects. I, as developer, own these objects, and I'm responsible for editing them, transporting them, and so on and so on. And I can, for example, add new annotations here, which may be required. I have this text field, and for example, I want to make it a multi-line text field. That's not possible in key user tools. That's something I can only do here in Developer Extensibility. Now I can activate that and make it, or it is already then visible on the UI if this is the UI use case, and then I can work with that field. Okay, that's for the demos. Let me switch over to the PowerPoint again. Now maybe you ask yourself how you decide whether you should use Developer Extensibility or Key User Extensibility. And there is a clear guideline from SAP that you should start with the Key User Custom Fields app if you're not clear. Because at the moment, the Key User Custom Fields app is still offering more scope. There are more objects which are enabled for that, but there are also legacy technologies like the sub-GUI, for example, or SEGW implemented OData service, which are currently only covered by Key User Extensibility, not by Developer Extensibility. If you have use cases like what I've shown, you want to add more annotations, and you know you will stick to RAP applications and Fiori applications built on RAP, you can also use ABAP development tools to create those extension fields. And with that, you also then have this flexibility to do what you want with the extensions. If all of them is not possible, and you have maybe some classic applications which do not support either Developer Extensibility or Key User Extensibility, but some of their own extension technique, then you could go this way and start extending with classic extensibility means. Yeah, here also there's a blog post which we have provided for you as decision help. Okay, next, you've seen that Carsten has created an extension field from the sales order application directly in the Adapt UI. I have added this extension field to the projection view. I knew this view But of course, you ask yourself, how do I find the right extension point? And there we also provided kind of a how-to guide here. I will not go into all the details. It's a lot of text. You can have a look at that later on if you want. But if you want to extend the Fiori applications, always start from the Fiori apps library. There you can navigate through to the OData service and find out which CDS views are related to that. And either you want to look into the ADT to check whether the CDS view is extensible, just as I've shown you in the API state, or you go to the transaction SCFD registry, which is basically the basis for the key user extension fields framework. And there you can find all the information of extensible CDS views or other extensible objects. Same is true for GUI, sub-GUI UIs. There at the end, these are displayed in the Fiori apps library as well. And there you in the end can look at that in SCFD registry as well. If you have an API, like an OData API or SOAP service, for example, you can use the business accelerator hub. And there you can also search for those objects for remote APIs. There is a section for SOAP and OData services, but also for local APIs. There is a section on extensibility, on-stack extensibility, and there you can find REPBO interfaces, you can find released CDS views, and so on. So this maybe could help you on that. We know that this is sometimes a bit cumbersome, and we are working on a better solution based on AI to offer an extensibility AI assistant, which helps you to identify and to find out where you can add extension fields, what exactly you need to do. This is still work in progress, but a preview has already been shown in the Devtoberfest session, which I've linked here as well. This is mainly focused on S/4HANA Cloud, maybe public cloud, and maybe it will come in future also in private cloud, but I think that's not yet finally decided. Okay, and now with that, I would hand over to Carsten again to talk about the do's and don'ts.
So maybe you just go one slide further for a small introduction. So when we talk about do's and don'ts, especially in on-premise and private cloud, we also we offer another transaction. It's called SCFD_EUI, which maybe is somewhere in the middle. So we have there a mixture of key user extensibility and developer extensibility, or even classic extensibility, because we built this to enable, to allow customers to enable manually created fields on the database to be used in our Fiori app custom fields, because doing this has the advantage that you can then use it in the Fiori application stack. So it will become a normal custom field, so to say. Sometimes we also call this, therefore, also ABAP managed fields, because the origin is ABAP development, so to say. Okay, now I need to switch into the system.
To share?
Yes. So, as said, we have this transaction, SCFD_EUI, where I can enter things like the database table, where I created my fields, and also a name pattern. So I normally know which fields I have created. In my example here, I will use a database table which is which represents a test sales order, so to say. And I've already prepared two fields here, just for demonstrating. There are two fields here shown in the list. our transaction makes sure that all prerequisites are met that are really required to enable a field. If this is not the case, you will also get here a status showing this. In this case, it says there is preparation required. And we also have here a detailed step-by-step description what is required in order to meet the prerequisites. In this case, I have created this this field just as an append of the database table itself, which is not supported by our tool because we make use of a so-called extension include structure for this purpose. So the system here tells me what I would need to do in order to meet this. I've already prepared another field. So it's a text, it's a field of type character. And you can see the system is smart enough to just derive that the semantic type could be Boolean because I've chosen an appropriate data element. Here, as we are in the developer world, I can also select a package where I want to have this in. For now, I'm choosing this temporary package, but later on, I can just move this field. So now in the background, there are certain things generated. Maybe I can now here switch over and search for my demo field. Okay, it's not there yet. Normally this works quite fast. Yes, there we go. I need to first.
The same filter bug as in Fury.
No, this time it's not a filter bug. This time I just forgot to refresh the screen. So sorry for that. But as we can see here now, I've created more or less a custom field out of my manually created append field, which is just shown here in our feed viewer tool, which I showed already before. You can see it here. The only difference is we have another origin, so to say, so you can really distinguish also in the app if it has been created by the app or has this ABAP development origin. And you also have here these enhancements and everything which we saw before. So not sure, do you want to share the slides? Or?
Yeah, I can share again. Next slide.
Yes. So what I just told you, you can see here also in our app, it will be distinguished that this field here was created by, from the backend. Okay, now you might ask, when should I use this really? So this feature. In general, our proposal is you should not use it. Only in certain cases. The reason behind is this freedom which you get here, you pay a price. So the software logistics behind is more fragile than for normal key user fields, because not every object which is involved here is really owned by SAP, but it's a mixture. So you bring objects in as a developer, and we generate objects, and the generated objects, they have a dependency to these customer objects, so these development objects. And this has, of course, implications in transport handling. You should not release the key user transport before your development transport and things like this. So when should you use this? Actually, we have two use cases, more or less. One I already showed more or less. So if you have an existing field, let's say from a previous suite, and you want to migrate this or bring this to your S/4HANA system, you can just, yeah, as I showed, enable this for usage. So you won't lose your data. This is one big advantage which you have done here. And you can just reuse also the name. Normally for key user fields, we have a very strict naming convention, which ensures that there are no name clashes and things like this. In this case, we make an exception to prevent adoption effort on customer side. There is also the new field scenario where it might make sense to use this transaction. There, especially if you have special requirements regarding the data element, for example, you need a specific check table to be used, or have to use a conversion exit.
Yeah, but in general, I think we try to enhance the scope of the key user app itself to allow, for example, associations to custom CDS use and stuff like that, so that you can start with the key user tool instead of using ABAP managed fields. So just this should be the standard case, and if that's not sufficient, then we can use ABAP managed fields.
Okay, now, coming to the do's and don'ts. As said, I do only use this feature of ABAP managed fields if it's really required. So it's the last line of defense, so to say. But still, you should try to add, for example, a suffix for your append fields if you create it newly. Just to have also the safety for of this naming name clashes. We have there already a note which describes best practices and things you need to consider. And also for the objects which you bring in, you should try to follow the clean core principle. We will also publish a blog regarding do's and don'ts in this area, and it will be linked soon in this overview blog which you see here. Now coming to the don'ts, we had already a lot of so to say customer issues with this because it's quite complex topic. So you should not, of course, delete the fields which you created manually, because our custom fields, the generated objects, they rely on this. So you will just end up in syntax errors, inconsistencies in your system. The same is true for other objects which you might bring in, be it a value help or the data element which you use. You should not modify or delete them in an incompatible way. And a more general hint here. So you should not publish or delete further custom fields if a previous publishing or deletion already failed, because this just makes the situation worse for us as support. We don't really know what's going on, and also for you as a customer or developer, because you might get weird error messages which just do not relate to your object, which you are just editing, but maybe from one object which failed in the past. Okay, so this slide, let's keep it short. We have some further documentation and notes built in the transaction or in the help portal. The general note for handling and tips and tricks are already mentioned. We also have for specific use cases prominent notes which are listed here. Yeah, but I think this is nothing we have to talk now about. There is one aspect in this private cloud or on-premise use case for key user tools, which is a bit special. So it's the software logistics aspect. There we offer also Fiori apps, which helps you managing this whole aspect of transport handling. We have there a note which describes also best practices and frequently asked questions. The most prominent apps are here this register extension for transport app, where you can assign key user items to a package which you already created in the backend, or also to the transport, which you can, of course, create manually, or you can use this configure software packages app to let this transport task handling to be done automatically. You can configure this on a package level, that this should be done for you by the system. Okay, we have another thing which you should keep in mind. The key user tools, they generate objects, which we saw, generating objects, so be it classes, CDS views, whatever. Normally you need development authorization. You should not give this authorization to normal Fiori users which are using our app. Therefore, we offer to maintain a job user in this maintenance view here. And this job user, of course, it should have sufficient authorization. It should be still valid. And which is unfortunately quite prominent error. You should keep an eye on the client you try to perform these operations, because only in the client where this ATO, the Adaptation Transport Organizer, is set up, the key user tools will really work. Okay, now coming to the don'ts. What you should not do is key user tools are built for simplicity. That's the main reason behind. And we only build this having in mind you only have a simple, more or less, you have only a one development system landscape. Trying to do this when you have more than one and transporting key user items in between of development systems is not a good idea. You should not do this, because we implemented a lot of checks which should really ensure that the system consistency, but it's only valid inside of one system. So we cannot check other systems and ensure that it's still guaranteed. Another famous error which has been done in the past is editing custom fields in several systems. So we had a customer some years back who directly edited custom fields in his quality system and also in his development system. And he also released transports from the development system. Also, he already modified it. A custom field is also a repository object in the ABAP repository, just like a class or anything else. So it has a distinct source system. You should not do this because it's in principle some kind of a modification. This customer ended in a real, so the system, the test system, it was, it ended in inconsistencies, in syntax errors, and it took us from support, I think 1 or 2 weeks to clean the whole mess up, and the customer, he was not really able to clean it up themselves. Okay, so then another aspect, what normally is being done under the hood by SAP, we also adapt technology-wise our development. And for custom fields, this means we also need to adapt to these technology changes. In cloud, this is done automatically, handled by SAP. In private cloud and on-premise, this is done in a different way. So there is in an upgrade phase some extra running which reports if this is required or not. If custom fields need to be adapted, we have this report here also for manual execution. If you implemented or installed a new service pack. The purpose of this is you can check all your custom fields if there is something to do, and you can perform this regeneration if required. We added also in the meantime via nodes additional checks which make it easier to use this app. And yeah, we have also a special scenario here. If you want to perform your upgrade in a cloned development system, there is something to consider. We have added the node describing it here. Okay, I think this we can skip. Yeah.
So, yeah, we would have now some further information, but Carl already showed us that the time is almost over. Actually, this is just a couple of links, blog posts, which you can have a look at if you're interested into that topic, which you consider if you want to use clean core and also ABAP managed fields and custom fields. So with that, we would say thank you for your attention, for being here. And we hope that with this information, we can make your lives easier when working with extension fields, and at the end, also our lives when doing support for custom issues. Thank you.
Ja, war am Ende dann noch ein bisschen knapp. Aber ich hoffe, es hat trotzdem gepasst. Ja,
Also wir sind bis so nach bis zum also nachher noch nichts mitgekriegt hast. Ja, bitte noch. Ich muss denken.
Hello, Carl. Are you able to hear us?
Ich bin überrascht, dass du mich so schnell erkannt hast. Weil ich habe auch überlegt, vorher.
Pavan, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You are able to hear us?
Yes, let me just do a bit more. Please talk once again. Yes?
Can you repeat?
No.
Can you hear us, Carl?
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Can we start, or you will give a heads? You will give a
1 or 2 minutes so that the people can switch the room.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, just
Give you a sound.
sure.
If you don't mind to come a little closer to the speaker. The second row is okay, but maybe first and second row. So we should be good to go if you want to start.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll just share my screen first. Hello all, welcome to the session enable OData streams in RAP. So in this session, here is Ankita Singh and I am Pavan Kumar from Booking, who will be delivering this session today. So for this session, today we are going to discuss about topic related to streams in RAP. Before I start with the session, I would like to give a overview that just a recap, like few years back, when we enable streams in Gateway, using a CSW project. So we will be using corresponding get streams, create streams, update streams, corresponding classes in the DPC and MPC-ext classes in the MPC-ext. But here in the today's session, we will see how that streams, OData streams, we can enable it in RAP-based architecture. So that's the main agenda for this today's session. Yes, we will start with a few introduction slides related to what is RAP first. Yeah, so first two slides, we will just give an overview of RAP and the corresponding RAP architecture, and then we will drill into the topic. Yeah. So you already aware that, or most of you aware that, so RAP, ABAP RESTful programming model, is the architecture or the programming development model which is used across development platforms. So here, as a in ABAP Cloud, so this development model is used for building applications. Whether you choose whether it's S/4HANA any premise or S/4HANA private cloud or public cloud or BTP ABAP environment. So RAP is the single development model which you can use for your application development. So here you can see that still you can use classic ABAP development model in S/4HANA any premise and S/4HANA private cloud, but RAP is a single solution which you can use even in the public cloud ABAP environment or across platforms. So now I'm just give an overview of the big picture of RAP, which most of you aware who is working on RAP. Just like a recap, when you build any application on RAP, we do touch this modeling or the big picture here. So when you see the RAP overview of big picture, we'll have data modeling and behavior, business service, provisioning, and consumption. So three layers you have. When we go from down to top, when you build any RAP BO, for example, now we will be showing you a RAP BO which is developed for streaming-based application, a small POC which we have developed. So for that as well, we have developed a RAP application. So initially we started with CDS data modeling for building the application. And then we have enabled transitional capabilities to the application using the behavior definition and implementation. So combinedly, the data modeling and the behaviors definition and implementation together called as business objects here. And once the business object implementation is done for the custom actions or the corresponding standard actions, based on the implementation type you choose, you can go to the servicing part, which is nothing but you can expose that as a projection layer for the UI purposes or the role-based implementation. So in the projections, you will be exposing projections is like a subset for your interface views, and you will also create a behavior projection and implementation for specific UI purposes or role-based purposes. Then once your projection is done, you will expose the entities which you require in the service definition. So which entity should be part of your OData service, you will be defining it in the service definition here. And then you, on top of the service definition, you will be exposing you will be defining the binding. So service binding. So service binding is where you choose the protocol which you would like to choose for your application, whether it's a V2 or V4 protocol, or which scenario you will be using, whether it's a UI purposes or whether it's a web API purposes. So which scenario which will be using, you will be deciding on the service definition. And once you define that, and when you publish the service, you can consume it in different applications, whether it's a data integration or event mesh, or in a SAP Fiori-based applications or UEFI-based applications or web APIs, or even in the analytical scenarios. So whatever you see in the left-hand side is the architecture or the development model for transitional scenarios. The same will be applicable for analytical scenarios as well. So, and you will also have the concept of extensibility, where you can use custom fields and custom logic can be enabled using developer extensibility. So this slide is just talks about the RAP architecture, just to give a recap. So now we will just move on to the corresponding scope of this session today. So which is working with large objects. So when you have your RAP BO and you would like to implement a large objects or stream-based objects in your RAP BO, so ideally you will start with the modeling perspective. So when you have large objects which needs to be modeled in your RAP BO in your CDS views, you need to have 3 fields basically, which is nothing but attachments, mem type, and file name. So attachment is something where you can upload the raw string type of attachments. So whether it's a CSV or Excel or any other type of attachment which you can upload. The mem type specifies that which type of your the attachment is, whether it's a CSV or the Excel sheet or what is the mem type. And the file name, the name of the file which you upload. And you also see that while you model your BO in the CDS view, you will have semantic annotations which you need to give for these fields. For example, here you need to give semantics.large object is the annotation which you need to give. The properties of this large object will be like mem type, file name, and content deposition preference. So these are the 3 properties which you need to give for this attachment field. So and the values of these properties are mem type you need to give, and the same type, and then file name. So these are the fields which you give it here. This should be referred properly in the properties. The file name, what you defined, you need to give it here. The content deposition preference is something where the preference which you choose. There are 2 types of values which you can give here. It's an inline or attachment. So when you give inline, so you are specifying that whether you download, means when you click on the attachment, whether you can download it there itself or you need to download it in a new tab, and then you need to download the attachments. The type of preference, you can just give it here, content deposition preference. So basically, these are the 3 fields which you need to add, and the semantic annotations which you need to add for the large objects when you have such type of large objects in your data modeling. In this session, we will be uploading a Excel-based file upload and Excel-based file download. Hence, we are using Excel-based APIs. We are using standard Excel-based APIs to read the content from Excel and write the content to Excel. So that's where this XEO library, SAP has provided XEO library here. So XEO stands for Extension Components here. So Extension Components Library. So this library is useful for using reading. So this library offers a set of APIs which you can use it for downloading, which you can use it for your operations to deal with Excel download or reading the data from Excel or writing the data from into the Excel. So I have listed the main APIs which can be used, which we will be using in this session as well, but there are many APIs which can be used. We will be also sharing the corresponding APIs links at the end of the session where you can go ahead and explore. But these are some of the APIs which will be APIs in the sense the classes which will be using it to read the data once the file is uploaded or file is downloaded. Yeah. So XEOCP XLSX is a class which is used for general abstraction. So for the XEO access to instantiate the corresponding object. And then XEOCP XLSX selection is the class which you will be using for doing the selection patterns. So that means that whether you need to read without any restriction entire data, whether you wanted to read or you wanted to read the data with a restriction. So for example, if you wanted to read the data with only from column B, for example, from a sheet, or column C, or you wanted to read from only from sheet 2 or sheet or such type of restrictions, if you wanted to do it in your logic, then you can use this selection. And also one more API called read access, which you can use it for reading the content from worksheet. So these are some of the APIs which will be using it for in our session, but there is a set of APIs which can be used according to your requirements. So we will deal with streams. So Ankita will explain you regarding the use cases. Yes.
So today in the demo, we'll be covering the following use cases for OData streams. So the first one is working with large objects, wherein we'll see how to enable the RAP applications to handle large objects, meaning any kind of file uploads and downloads. It could be XLSX, CSV, PDF, all kinds of different file types. But as part of the demo, we'll be dealing with XLSX file upload and download, since that is the most common use case. The second use case that we will cover is upload functionality. So using the RAP custom actions, we'll upload a file. The third would be the download of the Excel file, again using a custom action in RAP. And the last one would be, we'll be showing how to use XEO libraries to read and write XLSX data. And so this can be used from any of the programs or classes that any developer is working on. They could use these libraries to read and write XLSX files. So these are the four main use cases that we'll demo today. And as part of our actual working use case, we developed and used this as in one of our projects. So that was a full-fledged end-to-end app. But obviously, as part of demo, we can't portray everything. So we have picked up a small use case for XLSX upload and download functionality. So as we can see here, this is the app that we are going to demo. So if you see in the app, we have an option to upload the file. So in the attachment, as soon as we give the annotations, it becomes an upload icon. And from here, the user can upload an attachment. So once the upload is done, the user will be able to see the PO level information, or the data that we are uploading is basically designed for a PO processing. So the user uploads the file and the data gets updated here in the table. And that's what we'll be covering as part of the demo. So as we can see here, the demo use cases, the first two demos are working with large objects and the upload functionality. So I'll be covering these two demos, and then we'll move on to the next part, which is for the download. So this is the Fury application that we have developed for the upload functionality and download functionality. So I'll explain a brief of what this app will do. As we can see here on the first screen, we have developed a list report and then an object page. So on the list report, we have added a default entry for the current logged in user. So for the particular user, we'll be uploading the file. So for the demo purpose, we have just added one entry, which will get created as soon as the user clicks on go. So an entry with the current user gets created here. And when we'll navigate inside, in the object page is where we have the upload functionality and the data that can be previewed and then downloaded. So I will navigate inside this entry. Once we click on the edit, we'll be able to get an attachment option where we can upload the file. So if we see here, it is enabled for upload. I'll just click on the browse and we can take the file from here. So as we can see, as soon as we click on save, the data would get updated here in the below section. And all the 23 records which were there in the file, we are just displaying a demo of the data here. And if we see here, the file which was uploaded is as it is available here for download. So if you click on the file, the exact file with the data which was uploaded will get downloaded here. So as we can see, the file gets downloaded. So we've enabled the upload using semantic.large object annotations, and the file is automatically available. If you want to download it as it is, we can just click on it and it will get downloaded. So I'll just quickly open the file and show the file contents. So as we can see here, there are total 23 rows which got uploaded, and the same data is what we can see in the table in the app. So this is the upload part of the app. I will go to the code base now on how we implemented this in RAP. So there is no custom UI logic for uploading and for enabling all these options. We have built it completely using RAP architecture itself. So we'll see how to enable this in RAP. So we'll start with the, like we saw the architecture. So first is the data modeling, and then we'll move on to the business services and the service binding. So first we'll cover the database tables that we created. So the first one is just a user table, wherein we are just adding a default entry with the current logged in user. And yeah, so this is the first table. The next table which we have is the table which will be storing the file information. So here, as we can see, as we saw already in the slides, there are three fields that are needed to enable large objects. So which are attachment, MIME type, and file name. So as we can see here, the attachment field needs to be a raw string field so that it will hold the contents of the file. And the MIME type and file name are used to define the attributes of that file, which we'll use later in the semantic.largeObject annotation. So these three are the mandatory fields that whenever we are dealing with large objects in the table, we need to have these fields. So that is the main one, and rest other fields are we have it for the e-tag enabling in RAP. So I'll move to the third table. The third table that we have here is nothing but a PO data table. So we have just created a custom table to hold the data of that file which we are uploading. So in the file, we have the entry sheet and the PO number and line item number. So all that data is the same structure we have replicated in a table to hold the data. So on top of these database tables, we have built CDS views. So that is where we'll see the annotations that have been used to enable the large objects. So the first view that we see here, it's an interface view built on top of the file information table. So as we can see here, on top of the attachment field is where we are having the set of annotation which we need for enabling large objects. So this is the annotation semantics.largeObject, and the fields that we need to pass here are the MIME type field and the file name field. So these are the two fields. Apart from that, as we covered the content disposition preference, we can either pass it as inline or attachment. So depending on that, it will either download the file in the same, it will already download it to your local system, or it will open it in a new tab when you click on the file. So this is the content disposition preference, and there is one more annotation which we have not used here, but you can define the acceptable MIME types that are allowed here. So as soon as you give a CSV MIME type, it will not allow you to upload any other files. So if you are giving a MIME type as CSV and you're trying to upload an XLSX file, the framework will automatically throw an error. So you don't need to do any file type handling here. You can just enable this particular option, acceptable MIME types, and just pass the list of acceptable. So whatever MIME type that you're using, like in our case, it is XLSX, we can get the corresponding MIME type from help.sap.com and we can pass that same value here. Yeah. So this is the annotation, and on the top of MIME type field, we need to have the semantics.MIME type true. So that it identifies that this is the field which is holding the MIME type information. So these are the two annotations which, when we use it, it gets enabled for the large objects. Apart from that, the rest of the processing which is done here is just to set the file upload status and all. So once the file name field is populated, we are setting the status as uploaded and then processed. So these are just some custom logic handling. So on top of these, okay, after that, we have the next view, which is to hold the file data. So this is nothing but an interface view built on top of the table, which is holding the PO data. So on top of both the interface views for the file information and the file data, we have just created consumption views, which we'll be using at the end to expose it. So this is the file information consumption view. It just has all the fields listed down. And then same way for the file data, we have created a consumption view on top of the interface view. So these are the set of OData. These are the set of CDS views that we have created. Apart from that, we have also created metadata extensions for these views, So that is nothing but we have added UI annotations to show the details on the header facets and the item level facet. So for the file information, as we saw that we are showing the file status and all in bold in the top level of the header level of the object page. So for those, we have used these UI facet annotations. And same way in the file data, we are showing the data in a tabular format as soon as the upload happens. So for that, we have just used the UI facet and UI line item level annotations. So these are the metadata extensions. So this covers the entire data modeling that we did for enabling this particular scenario for large objects. We'll also see now what is the behavior definition and what logic we wrote to actually upload the Excel data. So as you can see, this is the behavior definition that we have created for this file upload. Here, mainly we have implemented custom action. So the first one is on the modify of field file name. So as soon as the file gets uploaded, your file name field will get populated with the name of the file. So when the field file name is getting modified, on that we have triggered a determination to add the logic to read the data from the file and to update it to the custom table that we have. So I will navigate to the logic. So first we have some logic to just insert an entry in the table with the current user. As we see on the first screen, an entry with the current user gets added by default. So first that logic is there. And after that, if you see here, this particular EML is where we have called the execute upload Excel data action. So we are calling the upload Excel data action here inside this on the modify of field file name. So I'll navigate to this upload Excel data, and that is where we have written the logic. So it is again an instance-based action. And inside this, we have written the logic to read the data from Excel and pass it to the table. Okay, so I'll move to the logic where we read the Excel. So the first case, as we saw in the slides, we are using the XCOCP XLSX library. And from this API, first we are passing the attachment that we have content from the table. And once we pass the attachment, we will get the reference in this XLSX_doc. After that, we are calling using that instance or reference, we are calling the read access method. So which will give us a read XLSX instance. And using that, again, we'll call the get workbook worksheet. So we are reading the worksheet at position 1. So in our Excel, we only want to read data from the first tab of the sheet or first worksheet of Excel. So in that case, we are passing the position as 1. But here, if you want your multiple tabs, you want to read all the tabs data, you can loop and take the reference one by one and read all the tabs. So this is the part where we read the worksheet. After that, as we saw in the slides as well, that there is a class available, XLSX_selection, for generating a pattern. If we want to select specific pattern of data, then we can pass that pattern, like particular column we want to read. So based on that, we can pass a pattern. But for our demo, we are reading all the data. So we are just getting a reference of the pattern without passing any pattern. So it will get all the data for us. So once we have all these, taking the worksheet instance, we are going to call a write to method. So this method is going to write the data into the PO tab table. So once we are reading the data from the Excel and we are writing it to this particular table. So once we have the data in PO tab, we are just moving it to our structure LTXL data. And after that, we are going to update this data into the wrap view, the entity that we have for the table data. So here, if you see, we are just building here the combined table because it's a parent-child association. So we'll update the file data based on the file info association that we have built to the child table. So once we have all the data here, if you see, this is the modify statement that we are calling, create by association, and then we are passing that particular table with all the data. So it is going to upload all the data in the wrap data table that we have built. So yeah, this is the brief demo of how to upload Excel and then get the data in the custom table. So I'll now hand it back to Pawan, who will explain the download functionality.
Yeah, thanks, Ankita, for explaining the upload functionality. So now we will see the download functionality using custom action. So So we, in the same application, we have used a custom action called download PO data. So this action, what it does is, so when you click on this action, so it gives a pop-up. So where you can give some filters. On the filters, what you have provided the pop-up, you will be able to download the data. So actually, the download, whatever you see it at the right-hand side, which is provided by the standard, also you will be able to download. But so this is a custom-specific functionality of download where you are giving some filters based on your requirement, and then you are going to download it. So yes, this we will see it, how we can implement it in the RAP view. Yeah. So once for example, here in this, once the filters are provided and when download button is clicked, then download will be successful. So we have created another app to store the download data. It's a download history application where you'll be able to see all the history of downloads. So each user can download according to his requirement, and he can see the data in a different application. So that's the download history application. So we'll see the demo now, like how the download functionality works using custom action. So I'll go to the same behavior definition. So in the behavior definition, the button is added at the table level, which is the corresponding association level. So here you can see that we have added a static action, so which is download PO data. So this static action, irrespective of whatever may be the data available in the table. So if you provide the filters, you should be able to download the data. So here you can see that. So as soon as when we click, the data should be downloaded from filters. So that's where the abstract entity was given here. So maybe I'll first show the demo so that it would be even more clear. So I'll just go into the demo. So first, you can see that for the same application where Ankita has showed upload functionality and then data gets populated into the table. So I have a download as well. So maybe I'll just click on this download and I can provide some filters here. Maybe I'll just give filter as maybe from January. So I need maybe January 2023 as a filter. And I wanted to give the final entry. So whatever the final PO entry was given, so those, and then the error. So if there are any errors for that entries, I wanted to see that data. So I can click on download PO data button now. So since I have provided some filters, yeah, maybe I just need to disable the breakpoints. Sorry for that. Yeah. Yeah. So you can see that once the download is successful, you can see that download is successful with some ID. So with this ID, you will be able to go to the other application. So maybe since I can show one more time just to have a clear picture, maybe I can go to from January, yeah, and then final entry and error. So this is the filter I'm giving. And clicking, I can so download a number of times. It's up to me. So I can just click on download. You can see that the ID got generated. Maybe I'll save the ID so that I can go to the other application. So this is the history application. So download history application where I can do the entry ID here, and I can see the data, whatever is downloaded. So maybe I can click on this attachment to see what is downloaded. Maybe I can click on it so that it got downloaded here. Maybe I can click on open the sheet to see what is the data. So this is the data which got downloaded with error. So the PO data with error, PO data with final entry, so which has errors, and also with the data from 2023. So these are the data which is fetched from the table. You can also click on Go and you can see the full history here. And if you need to do some descending and then based on the latest downloaded data with your user, so you will be able to download it. So now we will go to the code-based demo. So how we implemented this download functionality using Xevo library. So just if I go to the code-based ADT again. So as I mentioned, so we have a custom action written for this. So this custom action is giving as soon as when you click it, you are getting a filters. So these filters are coming up with because of abstract entity here. So whatever you see here is a view, which is nothing but the abstract entity. So abstract entity use the filters. Maybe I'll just navigate to show you that. So this abstract entity, in this abstract entity, we are passing it to the action, so which has filters in it like valid, from, final, and error. So these filters will be passed to the corresponding action called download. Now I will go to the download action, how the code was written to download the data. So in the download action, custom action, first I'm reading the filters. So first 3 filters which is selected from the UI, and I'm passing the filters into the corresponding the data from the file data, which Ankita showed related to the file. And here the logic starts related to the Xevo library for writing the data into the Excel. So you will have this Xevo XLS API where you can get the write access instance. With this write access instance, you will be able to get the position 1. So that means that you are trying to push the data into sheet 1. So accessing the first worksheet via this instance. So and then once you get the instance of the first sheet, you'll also get the pattern. So that means that I'm not filtering any other filter apart from the filters what I have provided here. So I'm fully pushing the data into the sheet. So in case after selecting the data with the filter from the UI and you wanted to send only few columns into the sheet, then also you should be able to do with the pattern restrict. So but here in this case, I'm only pushing all the content whatever is available to the sheet. So here I can see that this is the statement which I'm using to writing the internal table to worksheet. So I'm sending the data into write from this internal table to write from. So once after this execution, the data would be sent to the corresponding file, and then you can read the file content. And I'm just doing some operations to insert the data into the other application. So other application to once it is successful, we'll be able to see the data in the history. So that's where you see that the file is uploaded, and the history will be added in this download history application. So as soon as when you download, the data will be added to download history application. Yeah. So this is about demo related to download functionality using custom action. Now we'll go into the slides now. So we have one more demo left, which is related to using Xevo library to read and write XLS content. So we have already shown this Xevo library in the custom actions, in the upload functionality and the download functionality with respect to RAPBO. So, but in case if you wanted to use this Xevo library outside of the RAPBO in your custom, in any of your class or a program, just to read the content and write the content, you will be also able to do that. So that's what the demo which we would like to show that also. So maybe I'll just go into we have created a class. So for example, here this is the class which we have created apart from the RAPBO. So this class is something where it is we are using this class as a utility to create and then also update the worksheets here or read the worksheets. So first step is what I'm trying to do is I'm reading the whatever the content. For example, if I just go into the any of the ID which is uploaded already, I should be able to read in my internal table whenever I would like to have. For example, if here you can see there is one ID. So this ID, I would like to read what this ID which is uploaded in this download application. I wanted to just read that data to perform some internal calculation. So my requirement is to read the data. So I can use the read entity EML statement with that BO. And I can pass the end user. For example, here that for the end user is the key which you need to pass. So I'm reading all the three attachments, beam type and file type. And then once I'll be able to get the attachment data. So these attachment data, again, I need to use the XLS content. So whatever we showed it in the upload functionality and the download functionality, so same libraries will be using it. So to read the content, so we'll use XLS.read access. So we get the read, and we wanted to read the worksheet one. We only have one sheet. Since we are using the same position one here, we are reading all the pattern without restriction. And then we are displaying the data, the PO data. So for example, now if I click on console now, maybe if I execute this class with F9, which is running as ABAP application, if I go to the console, you can see that the data is read from that user or whoever has uploaded it. You can see that the data is read, whatever he has uploaded. You are able to see that in the console here. Yeah, this is about reading the data. So we use the same SX library, XEO library here for reading the data. Now the same, if I uncomment and show you how we can write the data, so I can also show that. So I can uncomment that. So my next step is to create a new content here. So whatever, with any criteria, I wanted to create a new content, so that gets inserted into download application. That means that using my class or a program, I wanted to insert a data into my Fiori application with a new file content. So here also the logic remains same, what we have used in the download functionality, but we're just showing how we can do that. Yeah. So this same XEO library we'll be using for write access. So it will create an empty sheet, and then we access the first sheet. So either you can access any sheet. If you wanted to store it in a second sheet, also will be able to create that second sheet. And you can see that we wanted to now only use the errors. So I wanted to get the download or the sheet, the file gets uploaded into download history app only with error is equal to X. So whatever the PO data which has errors, those needs to be uploaded. And I'm using the pattern all and pushing the data from internal table, whatever I got from the database table to write from. So we are using write from to store the data into. So this statement will perform writing the internal table to the worksheet. So I can read the file content, and the whatever logic, the logic is to enter store the data in the history app. Now I can activate the class. Now I can run the class. So maybe I'll clear the console just to show you here again. So when I click on F9 as run as a ABAP application, if I just open the console again. So first step is read, which we saw it already. So now I got a write as well. So the database is updated. Maybe you can check in the Fiori app with the new content, whatever I have uploaded. Maybe I can just go to the Fiori application again, and I can view the ID again, which I have created from the ABAP class. So this is the new data which got created. So maybe I can download the attachment now. So this attachment, which I have added out of 23 entries, whatever I have, so only the error PO data only got inserted into the download history app. So yes, so that's about the demo related to if you wanted to read the same set of XCO library outside of the RAPBO, whether it's a class or a program, you should be able to do that. Yeah. So with this, we complete the demo with all the 4 use cases, starting with how do you work with the large objects in your RAPBO? How do you upload the functionality using custom action? How do you download the functionality using custom action? And how do you use XCO library in your program, whether it's a class or a report? So that's a use case. That's about the use cases. Now coming to some important information which we would like to share here is links. So when we started with our project or this use case, we explored different help documentations, different blogs, which helped us to achieve our functionality. So the same which we would like to share. So working with large objects help documentation. So XCO library means where you can not only the APIs which we have showed in the slides, all the APIs which you can use it. There's so many set of libraries which are available. Like if you wanted to read some particular sheet or particular cursor or particular end data from the Excel content, you will be able to use that XCO library from here. You will see all the APIs here, and you will also see specific related to Excel and some of the blogs which we have referred related to Excel upload. These are the blogs which you can refer. And the last blog is something related to mass upload functionality using UEFI control called file uploader. So we did not use that in our current demo, but it's worth to share. So since we put that block here, the last block will explain you how you can use file uploader functionality, file uploader Fiori element app in using UEFI as well. So that's worth to watch using that block. You can try it. Yeah. So that's about the important links which we would like to share here related to streams in RAP. So I think that's about the session today. So thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this session related to streams in RAP. But anything related to streams which you would like to ask, any questions, you can contact us. These are the links which the LinkedIn links which you can use it and contact us in case if you need any information or any questions which you would like to explore. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for attending the session. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Ankita and Pavan.
Thank you. Thank you, Carl.
If you would like to stay in the room, just stay there. We have another 2 speakers, Daniel and Carsten, sorry. And we have also Tobias here. So we can open it up for questions regarding the sessions that we had in the morning. We have a microphone here. I can do the camera, then we see also the other speakers, at least a little bit.
Just going through the chat, there was right now a question actually for Pavan and the creation special from Commerce. He says he wasn't aware that you could use streams in that, and is there a size limit? And what is your take on the BTP documentation document service?
As I understood, is it related to what is the size limit of the file which you need to upload? Is it the question?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So yeah.
So as the field that we are defining is a raw string field, so there's no limitation on the size. But yeah, Excel and the worksheets that come with their own size limitations, that will be applicable here as well.
That was the only question.
The only question.
You have access to the YouTube chat for questions?
I have to see.
Channel 3. One question for developer extensibility and so on was about
How is this also from Wolfgang about how this is working out with the downport cycle every 2 years? So when do we get all these nice features that are maybe a little bit earlier available in the public cloud? And how does this process actually work?
Yeah. Can we just speak?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That is quite clear. It's the on-premise release every 2 years. That means 2025. This is the next on-premise release. And let's say we are focusing now, or development's now focusing of bringing out this into 2025. Yeah, then the next shot is 2027. Yeah.
Of course, in on-premise and private cloud, the developer extensibility with ABAP for cloud development is not the only option one can choose, but we know that there are APIs missing and stuff like that. So there's this 3-tier model where you have nominated APIs which you can wrap and release on your own. That's possible. That's not available in the public cloud. I think that's also the way to go. And then, of course, the influence requests are also a way to request new things which may be relevant.
I think for API releases or APIs, that would be also in feature packs.
Yeah.
There you get a feature pack every quarter. So there is a good chance that you get this in feature pack. Technology, normally this is 2 years. This is currently the 2 years. So the next, but RAP is quite complete. Yeah. In RAP, we are now talking about features in 2025, which is collaborative draft, hierarchical tables. What is the third? I think there is a third big thing. So I think these are quite advanced cases. Yeah. When you look at, okay, collaborative draft, of course, this is a nice feature, and our application development is heavily demanding this, but I would say that is quite an advanced feature. Yeah, or the hierarchical tables, of course, the complete support of hierarchies. Yeah, this is required for some cases, and currently you have to implement workarounds. But in principle, there is a quite big basis for really building RAP apps. That is,
So building own apps, of course, will then be possible.
Yeah.
When it comes to extensibility, extending objects, then the world in the private cloud is not that comfortable as in public cloud, just because also the adoption on S/4HANA application side is not that big as in the public cloud.
Yeah, but I think that was a good example in the keynote that really they only took the basis and then they built really the apps by themselves. That is also still an option. But for this, I think the technology is quite complete.
I think we had a couple of questions in the chat. I've added from Nelson Field, for example, I've added fields with custom fields up in private cloud system release 2022, and the UI also with the UI adaptation upgrade to release 2023 wasn't working the same way.
So this of course can have multiple reasons. One reason is that during an upgrade, the application may change in a way that it's required to regenerate the extension field. In our talk, Carsten also mentioned this regeneration report, which must be used after an upgrade to regenerate the fields if there is a need for regeneration. If this is not done, then this could exactly result in applications not working anymore, or the custom fields do not behave in the same way as before, and things like that. So this could be the reason, but of course, it depends on what the actual situation is. Yeah, that's a quite common issue.
But I think that's also a good example about the difference between public cloud. In public cloud, we are doing like small changes, and then we have to, you know what Express, you might know what Express is, or this in the upgrade phase, these small changes are adapted directly. And this is auch massively tested in on-premise or private cloud. We have different upgrade paths. Yeah, so you can have a whatever in German it's Sprung upgrade. Yeah, yeah, whatever. Yeah, you switch several releases, and then these things can happen because it's not possible to support all the upgrade paths. But we have this regeneration report, and then on the UI level, you have to check if the complete UI is replaced. That could also happen. Then of course you have to do the UI adaptations again.
But maybe with the regeneration report, that's a good point, because in on-premise and private cloud, operation is done by the customer. So the customer needs to take care that this gets, or is that what gets executed.
Yes.
In the public cloud, since the systems are managed by SAP, SAP does after the upgrade, this happens automatically and don't need to worry. So that's one of the many benefits of having a public cloud solution.
Yeah. And it's also a burden, of course.
Yeah, of course.
That is why the scope is smaller.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. There are a couple of other questions, maybe a little bit more generically. Can you elaborate on software logistics are more fragile?
Yes. As I tried to motivate it in the session already, so it's more fragile because you have two sources. You as a developer, really in the ABAP system, you bring with you. So normally it's this append field which is there, which you created yourself. Maybe there is also a data element with it and CDS views. And the custom field, which normally is a closed world, so to say, so it's completely managed by SAP. It now makes use of the artifacts which you bring as developer. And there you need to take special attention in regards of transporting, for example. So I try to motivate by you must not release your transport, which only contains the custom field and its generated objects, because it depends on your development. So, of course, you need to transport your objects first, but this is just an example. So you have dependencies in between. You have to think about them carefully, and act appropriately.
Okay, thank you. So simple question. Where do we find PowerPoint, and the upload of the recording will be all provided after the conference on the homepage of ABAPConf, that's clear. Then, so we have great presentation, thank you. Other than that, don't edit them. What about dual track? So if you have development and maintenance version that you're rolling out.
In this case, so if you have clear separation and two different tracks, and they do not join at some point in time again, then this would be okay. So if you have kind of a maintenance track where you support older releases, then you could do that. That's fine. Same basically as you would do for your own development objects. Yeah.
I think that was the thing which we answered already. Oh, that's in the RAP scenario. How can we integrate talk about that one, correct? You need the RAP which returns the ABAP form, Adobe form as text string or media entity which in turn forms the BTP Adobe. Is there a limitation regarding form unmanaged? I wouldn't say.
I don't know, maybe Pavan and Ankita, I think this would go to them if they are experienced.
Yeah, can you repeat the question one more time? Yeah.
The unmanaged scenario, how can we integrate BTP Adobe forms? That was the question. We need to, which returns the Adobe form as X string or media entity.
I'm not related to.
Yeah. So Adobe Forms was not available, and it's not not in the scope of this upload functionality. So this upload functionality is related to the im type objects related to Excel or CSV or image-based objects. Yes. So Adobe Forms are not in scope in this. Yeah.
That's about it. What we have currently. Questions in the room?
Well, so we're doing an migration from ECC to a brownfield implementation of S/4HANA, and we have a lot of custom fields which we need to migrate to. So we're currently using SCFD EUI. I guess that's the only option, or either to recreate the fields. And that's where sometimes there are a lot of challenges. At least the dependencies are not very clear, especially in terms of ST objects, where it's VBAP, like VBAP COM K, COM X, and all of the tables. So when you try to delete something, it does not show in the dependency. It just only checks the main tables and say you could delete, and then as soon as you start activating, and that's when you run into errors. Is there a better way to check whether this should be moved or not? SCFD UI. So even before the preparation reports, can we just run it throughout the systems on the tables?
To check exactly what?
The preparation required step of SCFD EUI. Can it be more thorough in some checks? Because if you have a same field in COM KX, right? So you would have in the extension fields the same field. And the same field within X, whether it needs to be updated or not. That check's not there.
So you mean that the field name must change because it would result otherwise in name clashes? So.
Yeah. And it does not check in the extension includes. So you would have the extension includes where you say this must be updated or need not to be updated. Those checks are.
Okay.
So if I just run it, I would just get into error because it is going to add into the X structure as well.
But in which area are you? Because I think
2023.
Okay, because I thought we delivered a fix which exactly does this. So it takes over a field if it already exists, and only otherwise it will create an own field in this change indicator include. If this is not working, maybe it's just worth to create a case. Then we can have a look. Maybe there is also some special situation because when we talk about generated objects, it's not only about the generator we deliver from custom fields, but we have also generators from applications. And maybe there in between, there might be an issue. Or do you have
but
any?
The fix you've mentioned, I think it's pretty new. It's not that old. Maybe 2023. Maybe it's a note which you can check for. But
maybe
if you're unclear, just create a case on that.
Because in some areas it's fine. So when I work with the customer, big related fields or the features order, it goes very smooth. But as soon as I go to the ST area where you have VBAP, VBAP, so some are not even included in the scope. So that you need to check manually. That's where I usually have issues and there is a risk of this data loss.
Yeah. Okay.
Any final remark, question?
Maybe one question to the Daniel Watts. So when we have extensibility scenarios, so when you compare this key user extensibility and developer extensibility, so for example, a field is added, for example, in a developer extensibility. Can this field is exchangeable in both key user extensibility and developer extensibility? How you will be able to segregate these fields? So for example, if this field is added for key user extensibility and this field is added for the developer extensibility.
So as we have shown, developer extensibility and key user extensibility typically is separated by name ranges. If you are in the public cloud, this is enforced. So there, key user extensibility have a separate name range, and they cannot be edited in the developer extensibility. And the other way around, developer extension fields created with developer tools, they also have a different namespace then. So typically a set namespace or a slash namespace. But what you can do with key user custom fields in developer extensibility is you can use them if you, for example, have custom codes using a REPIO interface, which is extended with the key user custom fields. So these are typical use cases that you have and that are supported. So that what we mean with the interoperability of custom fields. I don't know if this answers the question completely or if I misunderstood something.
It's understood. Yeah, I got. It's the same question which I would like to listen. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, then thanks a lot to the speakers. Thanks a lot for your participation, and enjoy your lunch and have a nice break over there over the wire. Thank you.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hast du eure Rucksäcke hier stehen im Raum? Ja, können wir schon.
Ja, ich muss doch mein Laptop
Wir gehen nächstes weg von daher.
Ja, dann lassen wir mal hier.
Oh, hoffentlich ändert sich ja.
Kurz was? Test, 1, 2.
So ein paar Sekunden, manchmal so 10.
Gut. Luca geht? Luca geht? Geht nicht? Dann machen wir das. Ja, wir sind eigentlich schon mal ich denke, das wird schaffen.
All right, great. So great to see you all on board also after lunch. So I hope you had some good time, also some good discussions with peers and colleagues, maybe also some discussions with colleagues from SAP, which I see also in the auditorium. This is very great. Hope I can also tell you something about new about ABAP Cloud. Let's see. Today, Volker and I, my name is Fabian, we're going to tell you something about ABAP Cloud and especially how you can use the capabilities of ABAP Cloud in S/4HANA Private Cloud Editions and how you can interact with those classical extensions or classical APIs which we have there, right? And maybe before we start, who of you has already worked with ABAP Cloud? Okay, a few hands raised up. Who has never worked before with ABAP Cloud? And who belongs to those people who never waste their hand if such a question is asked? Okay, all right, there's one. I got you. All right. So same for me, right? All right. So when we have a look to the agenda, so first of all, for those who waste their hand a second time, I would like to give you a short introduction into ABAP Cloud, right? So what it's all about and why we are here and telling you something about it. And also what I want to mention is the 3T extensibility model, also a very common buzzword these days, which is very important for developers working within ABAP Cloud, especially in private cloud editions. And last but not least, Volker will give us a short and crisp presentation or demo, really how to interact with those classical capabilities we have in the private cloud edition. And we also will see some coding and function-wise, hopefully also some running things. All right, having said that, we're directly jumping into the introduction into our cloud. And first of all, I would like to phrase out what ABAP Cloud actually is. Often when we go out and talk to customers and ask, okay, do you know what ABAP Cloud is? There's often a perception that ABAP Cloud is the BTP solution which we host on the SAP Business Technology platform, so the ABAP environment, also known as Steampunk. But this is not ABAP Cloud. So ABAP Cloud is really the development model which you can use to build cloud-compliant applications. And the great thing is, you can not only choose this development model in the SAP BTP ABAP environment, but you can use that in S/4HANA public cloud, private cloud, and also on-premise. Come to that in a second. And if you stick to ABAP Cloud, you're by default cloud compliant. This means that if you build the applications within ABAP Cloud, you're also able to host those applications, for example, in the SAP BTP Steampunk environment. Right? And this picture illustrates again where you can use ABAP Cloud. And as I told you before, the ABAP Cloud development model is available in the SAP BTP ABAP environment, but also in all S/4HANA editions we see here. And most of you, so customers usually coming from ECC, and they are bringing a lot of classical ABAP development objects with them. You're usually somewhere in the on-prem world or also in the private cloud world. There you also have a lot of classical developments. And what we also want to focus on today is exactly this part here, so the on-premise and private cloud edition, and how you can interconnect with these two worlds. So how can you build the application still in ABAP Cloud, but also make sure that you can interconnect with those classical development objects defined there. Right? Having said that, I also want to give some insights regarding all the content which is part of ABAP Cloud. So what is ABAP Cloud content-wise? And on the one side, we have the development model, or the programming model, everything you need to build your transactional business applications, built with the RESTful application programming model, or even with to build your analytical services or integration services there. And it's all about building your data model within core data services, so CDS, but also to expose your capabilities you have defined in your data model, in your business process via services, so either OData or other integration services. If you want to do analytics, also the information access protocol called INA is a way to interconnect with, for example, SAP Analytics Cloud, so SAC. And on the other side, we also have a lot of things in the ABAP environment, so in ABAP Cloud, which assists you in your development process. So it's not only about the programming model and how to build your application, but it's also which tool set is then provided to really assist you in your daily programming tasks. And there we, of course, have a lot of reuse services we have building qualities, which we also ensure with our programming model, something like supportability, extensibility, and of course, also the ERM stuff, which is needed to host applications also in the cloud. The complete lifecycle management is included, of course, also our development tools based in ADT, right? And the whole package, this is what we call ABAP Cloud. When we are talking about ABAP Cloud, we're always talking about this whole package, which really assists you in your daily development tasks. All right. now the three-tier extensibility model, ABAP Cloud. Usually, if you start in your SAP S/4HANA system, of course, there's a lot of content also taken over from your ECC landscape. There's a lot of custom coding available there. But when we're talking about building new applications, right? So you have a new, I would say, business case or something in mind. You want to picture or digitalize a new business process. You have the choice what to use, right? So if you're on a private cloud edition, you of course could fall back to the classical development options. But what is recommended from our side is to stick directly with ABAP Cloud. So if you build new applications, make sure you build them either as an on-stack extension directly in your SAP S/4HANA system within ABAP Cloud, or even as a kind of side-by-side extension in the sub-BTP ABAP environment. And there you can also choose ABAP Cloud, of course, with the whole tools that we just saw before. But you can also fall back to other environments with CAP like Java and Node.js. So there you have multiple options also available if you do side-by-side. The question is always, okay, when should I use on-stack and side-by-side extensibility? So there were also some sessions before regarding those extensibility options we have. Just to summarize that, if you do on-stack extensibility, make sure your business processes are tightly coupled, right? Then you should do on-stack extensibility. If you have a loosely coupled process or maybe business case, go for side-by-side extensibility to also be able to scale up dynamically in future independently of your S/4HANA stack. And maybe when we are talking about classical ABAP development, so if you come from ECC, you will have a lot of those things, right? And it's always about, or the three-tier extensibility model is about, okay, how can we manage those things? How can we really achieve that we can work in a cloud-compliant way or build our applications in a cloud-compliant way? And when we're talking about the classical ABAP development things, so we're calling them T3. Those are things which are by intent not cloud compliant, right? And we should think, or definitely if you think about how to get this cloud compliant or what to do with that stuff, there are multiple options. And one option, of course, is to retire things. So if you come up with your SAP S/4HANA system after ECC migration and you want to make sure that you move some things from the classical ABAP development to ABAP cloud compliant way, you should also think about which of those processes are no longer needed, maybe, because either they are already part of these standard applications in SAP S/4HANA, or maybe the business process is no longer valid, right? So make sure also to cross-check which of those things can be retired. And for those things which are left, you can think about, okay, can we renovate or innovate those things? And please don't get me wrong. I do not force you, or we do not recommend to rebuild everything you take over to your S/4HANA system to build in ABAP Cloud. You should really think about which are your core business processes where you really want to use or make use of those capabilities ABAP Cloud brings with it. So with mobile access, the RESTful application programming model, also regarding new innovations delivered with our ABAP Cloud development model, native Gen AI or AI integration. So for those core business processes where you really think about, yeah, innovation makes sense and we need to do those innovations there to be also competitive out there in the market, you should really think about to renovate those things and either go for on-stack or side-by-side extensibility. And of course, also if you say, okay, now we stick to our T3 classical development model and we do not renovate those things, you still can think about, okay, can I adapt this coding to be at least clean core compliant? This means that I also able to do upgrades in a more frequent way than in the past I did in on-premise. Right? So to make sure that you only use APIs which are kept stable by SAP, or that you use nominated APIs which are also upgrade safe. So you should also think about those things there. And between this tier 1 and tier 2, tier 3, there's also this tier 2 layer. And when we're talking about tier 2, reality is not for each and everything you have done underneath there, SAP provides a cloud lifecycle stable API. This is the reality we know, right? And this may also take some time until SAP will deliver such things. For some things, SAP will never deliver such APIs, and therefore the recommendation is web those access to not released APIs also in a dedicated software component, also called Tier 2, to make sure to decouple your developments from the ABAP cloud stack and your access stack to the classical world, to manage your software dependencies, and also to be able to directly identify how much content do I have left here, which accesses, I would say, non-stable APIs, or either on the basis APIs or S4HANA APIs, right? And this is what the three-tier extensibility model is about. So it's all about managing your development objects, also to give you a possibility to get a transition to ABAP Cloud there. All right. And just for an example, how we also want you to present you the Tier 2 model. So when you have the Tier 1 development, like it's your ABAP Cloud development model, maybe your business object or something like that, and you want to access a non-released SAP development object, the first thing you need to do is you need to create a wrapper for this non-released SAP object there, right? So you can do that by implementing this wrapper, which then accesses, of course, the not released API object of SAP. And afterwards, you can, or you are able to release this wrapper also to make use of your wrapper in your Tier 1 development model. So this means your Tier 1 developments are still clean core, and they are stable, right? Because you define the own signature there, but you still have the, I would say, upgrade unstable or upgrade problematic coding in here, but it is all centric in your Tier 2 developments, and you are able to manage those complexities and those dependencies, and you really decouple your business processes from those wrapper and APIs. And this, of course, is also safeguarded by ATC. So we assist you also there in fulfilling the three-tier extensibility model. And with that, I would also directly jump into the concrete scenario we have provided for you today. And what you may know from the past are the BAPs, so the business APIs. And those APIs are intended really to interact with business objects at SAP, but for remote consumption, so a remote function call. And they were intentionally not intended to be used system internally, however. Or beside of that, there are of course also the classical BOR events, which are available for a lot of applications, and the same is also valid for BAPs. So we have a lot of adoption in our classical S4 private cloud edition system there. So there are a lot of BAPs, BOR events, and what we want to show you is how can you make use of those classical APIs, even if you stick to the ABAP Cloud development model. So build your transactional application with the RESTful application programming model. And by doing that, we have provided you, or we will see in a second, the web business object, which then access the BAP. And as we want to stick to the three-tier development model, we of course also have a released wrapper class in between those two things, and we will show you that in a second. And the same also we do for the business events. However, there we have a native integration provided in our programming model to really also consume those BOR events and to make them directly accessible in your ABAP Cloud coding. All right, and with that, I'm handing over to Volker, and he will give you a demo on that.
Yeah, thank you, Fabian. Thanks. Hi, everybody, also from my side. Volker Drees, my name. So let me quickly jump out of this. Sharing has stopped, exactly. I need to share again my screen. So the scenario that Fabian has already highlighted, that we are going to show, that we have prepared here in the session, is a classical scenario in the sense that we demonstrate a classical GUI transaction, and then basically the use case is to translate this into a RAP application, making use of a BAP. And the transaction that we are going to use here is the classification one. I need to make sure if I can remove this somewhere. You see this as well. But, can get rid of it. This one. Okay. Yeah. So The use case, the scenario is, let's assume you have been asked to kind of create a Fiori application, because I need this now.
So it's not restless, right?
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So plugging in again. Okay. So, and the transaction is the classification maintenance. So CL01, and the connection is unstable. Okay, good. In there, you can create a classification. I can just do a little demo here to showcase what I mean. And for this, you have a classification type that you can specify here. We use a material class, and then you can create this one. Okay, this one already exists. Let's take that one. And then you have it, give it a short name, ABAPConf, and can assign certain characteristics. There's a little value. Oops, that's the wrong one. Value help here. No. Oh, so and assign characteristics. In this case, we have only 2. Typically, in a real scenario, there is probably more. 2 of them, and you can then store this. So these 2 characteristics are color and size, kind of just regular characteristics for a classification that you can then assign to a material master. And then we can save this, and that's all fine. Then the data is stored. So how would you build this now as a Fiori application? So first of all, of course, you need to find a corresponding BAPI that, or a set of BAPIs that kind of supports you in doing this. So create, update, delete, something like that. So the assumption is that you kind of know somehow the names of these BAPIs, or kind of have a starting point and where to find them. If you don't have that, there is a set of tools provided. So first of all, general information provided by Alex Rother that helps you and understand what to do in case there is a missing released API. So what you do basically, how building these wrappers. And that's what Fabian also mentioned. And then there is a repository offered and published by our S4 colleagues that helps you in order to find these so-called nominated APIs. So it's classic APIs, and the ones that are supposed to be used in such a tier 2 wrapper are listed there. Yeah. And if you use this blog and scroll down there, then there's a direct link to a repository that can be used in order to browse these classic APIs in the so-called cloudification repository. And if you open this one and then search for something like, okay, let's say maybe it's related to class, and yeah, there's BAPI class, create, change, and delete, exactly more or less what we're looking for. So typically you need to have a certain starting point in order to find this. You would not find it just all of a sudden, but let's assume you have kind of a little domain knowledge about it and you know this as a starting point. Next thing you would do is you jump into ADT and generate a mentioned wrapper. So we will not do this in this live session. There is a tool that is also kind of explained by one of our colleagues in a blog by Andre Fischer. The tool is called ACO Proxy, and that can be used to generate these wrappers. Yeah, I can quickly start a transaction, but will not jump very detailed into it. It's just a tool where you can then specify a set of BAPI, so kind of create, update, delete BAPI, so you don't create individual wrappers for all these operations, but you can do this in a kind of a set. And then you can also specify that you can build the corresponding interface and everything around it. In this system, we have not applied the necessary nodes, so therefore these kind of checkboxes here look a little smaller than what you would get if you run it, because there have been recent adjustments to this tool, and there's new options that allow you also to C1 release these things, so according to what we have just shown in the slides. So let's assume you also have then executed this one. This gives you then the set of wrappers, or a wrapper class to be precise, and with that I jump into ADT, where we find then these wrappers. Yeah, so I have, or the colleagues have prepared this up front, and in the system we have then these C1 released wrappers. You can find them, for instance, here for this BAPI class create. We have generated this one. It works via a factory method in order to get an instance of it via an interface. This is all then C1 released. This is a set generated by the tooling. And then If we look at the kind of regular ABAP part, so the classic ABAP part, then we see the actual call. And in this class grade, for instance, if I scroll down, then we see the actual BAPI call happening. Yeah, so this, okay. Can you connect again? Good. So this call is, as said, wrapped via a class or interface and so on, and this can then be used in the RAP implementation. That's how we use this one. So so whenever it's about to building a RAP business object, typical starting point is the data model. The data model is again something that of course you need to find. So you need kind of a starting point. You can of course use the underlying database table and do a where used list to see what kind of meaningful, helpful CDS views are available. In this case, we have basically done it in the same way. And by that, we found that there is suitable CDS views. For instance, this class classification class header instance, which is actually also C1 release. So it's supposed to be used in an own development in a cloud, ABAP cloud-like development, clean core-like development. And that is what we make use of. And it's not just the header information that is being used here, but of course, it's also the dependent information. But before going further into the coding, I will quickly show you the application that might give you a better picture about what we talk about here. So this is the other one, but this is our application, and I will jump back into the code and explain further how this was done. So a little refresh here. Okay, so this is the application, and I'm pressing go. I, for instance, find the just created instance here. So this that demo 9. And I will also just run this application so that you see that it actually works. So the starting point is the classification type, where again, choose material class, say continue, and then I can give it a name, that ABAPConf. So that's a technical name. I can then specify certain information. You've seen I've reduced this a little bit according to my use case. I can give it a description, and then I can assign the characteristics. Yeah, so this is the Fiori Elements app preview. So therefore, I get by default I get individual object pages that one would of course change. So you typically don't want to jump back and forth in a real application when you deploy it, but okay. Would handle it directly on the table, but these things can then be adjusted. It's anyway just the developer preview for there. So therefore, this is more or less fine. So more or less similar input as we've seen before. Yeah, we have this header information where I can choose enter certain things, and with this information I can then press the create button, and then the BAPI is being called, and I will show you in a second how this is then handled on the backend side. Yeah, so this is the application. So you see it consists of these 3 nodes. It has the header information up here, description, language-specific description, and the actual characteristics that one can maintain. Yeah. So as said, back to the data model. So this is reflected here. So we have this header information, we have the description, and we have the characteristics. Oh, sorry, it's over here. That's the description, and that's the characteristic. So this is the composition hierarchy that we have kind of maintained here. Yeah? And they also select from the underlying released CDS views. And as said, this is something that you have to then identify in order to build your application. So when we then look at the behavior definition, so the actual implementation, it looks like the following. It's a managed, so can make it bigger. It's a managed RAPO, and it's implemented with an unmanaged save because we don't want to directly write into the original database tables, of course. Instead of that, we want to make use of the BAPI to write into it. That means the standard save is not processed, but it's kind of handled via the save exit. And this is then taken care of according to BAPI and so on. So we will see this in a second. Other than that, it's, I would say, a regular implementation. It has a log master, which is basically also handled unmanaged in the sense that we want to make use of the original log object. So when maintaining instances, not just creating instances, but when maintaining instances, we also want to make sure that we use the original log. Otherwise, it could happen that someone in parallel uses the GUI transaction and also modifies the same instance. And this, of course, we want to prevent. Therefore, we need to make use of the same log object. And then create, update, delete we offer. The event, we will come later to that point. And the simulation is maybe interesting because there we actually do the first call. It's a validation, and the validation, as the name indicates, is supposed to verify and validate if the data is consistent and can be stored. And our recommendation is typically when you work with BAPIs, classic APIs, you basically have two operation modes. You have the test run and the actual writing run, the kind of final run then, yeah. And the validation is kind of very important because this gives you feedback about the data when you're still in the interaction phase or the so-called early save phase. So you're not behind this point of no return. So you can still in a controlled fashion, go back to the interaction phase and correct your bugs, yeah. So in this general validation, you saw that it's been triggered very generically on create and on update. In this validation, what you see is, first of all, an EML read is happening, so to collect all the data of these three instances, so the header, the description, and the characteristics. And this data is then prepared, it's put together and prepared for these BAPI call. Yeah? And here you see that we make use of the test run. So we can then drill down. So this is this factory that I've shown you. And we can step down here. And then we see that a little preparation takes place. For instance, you need to make sure that the conversion is happening, because whenever you work with BAPIs, BAPI always represent the external format, but in ABAP you have the internal format. So you need to transfer these things into the external format for those properties and values where this is necessary. And this is, for instance, happening here for the language code. And then, here we need to read some additional information, but then we call the actual BAPI class create, and there we see the BAPI call itself. Yeah, and how this would translate now into the UI, if I just kind of simulate a creation where the validation might fail. Let's say I start again the creation very quickly, and just let's ABC and XYZ. But here in the validity day, I just say yes. Okay, so, and this is of course not valid. Yeah, the end date may not before the start date. And if I try to create this one, then it would give me an error message. Yeah, and this is exactly what this validation is supposed to do. Yeah, so we call the BAPI, we process basically the standard logic. And the standard logic throws an error, and this error is then just transported via the reported and failed key information back to the front end. And this is, yeah, how we then run this. And when we are done with correcting the data, then we perform the actual save. So if assuming everything is valid and the data can be stored, we then proceed with the actual save handler. And you probably remember that we have an unmanaged save. That means we deal with the save on our own. So we first of all have the adjust numbers exit. In this case, it's not really special. It is the case in quite many business objects where the numbers are drawn late. And this means the adjust numbers exit, that's the exit in RAP where you need to specify the number back to the framework. And this means we move now the actual create operation to the adjust numbers exit, which sounds a bit odd, but this is allowed. And in the adjust numbers exit, we perform the create. The update is then handled in the regular save, because there we already have a number and we can just kind of hand it back then to the framework. But the actual create needs to be done in the adjust numbers exit, and that is also fine. And here you see the similar operation. We collect all the data. We kind of loop over the data in order to collect what we need. And there we then perform the BAPI class create call. And this time with a test run false. So now we actually write the data. We receive the number as a response and can then return it back to the framework. And even there could theoretically, there could be an error. And then of course we can still throw error messages, but this is not expected. So ideally, every operation is checked beforehand, and the data is checked beforehand, so that whenever there's a problem, we can jump back to the interaction phase and make use then and fix the problem and continue from there. So that's it for the first scenario. Very quickly, maybe without presentation mode, because then I don't need to shift share again. So this was the first part where we talked about the classification creation scenario. And in the slides, and I think you also will get access to the slides, then we have seen this scenario here where we have the class create scenario, and in there we have this dialog transaction. So also with the characteristics that we have maintained. And the resulting application we have seen as a live Fiori app. So, next one is, this is the early save phase and the point of no return that I mentioned to you, which we've seen with the validation that was failing before. The next part of the demo is first of all, we prepare things a little bit because we want to make sure, want to make use of the BOR event. So the BAPIs as well, BOR is more or less anyway old-fashioned. However, they exist, they are reliable, and they can be used. And according to our S4 colleagues, they are also kind of raised, not raised, but flagged now as clean core. So they are supposed to be used if they are listed on these nominated APIs list, this cloudification repository. BOR events, by definition, the class-based ones are clean core in general. So therefore, we can make use of them. And in the next demo, which is also part of the Fiori app and the example that we've prepared, we make use of it in the sense that we create a classification. We have already created a classification. We make use of this classification and assign it to a material. And assigning a classification to a material will trigger such a point. Yeah? So we'll first have a look at it in the GUI world again. So we have this classification here. And we will now create a new material master very quickly as an example. Let's call it ABAPConf. Does it already exist? I hope not. Industry, I think, is machine. It's a finished product. It does not yet exist. So we quickly create a material because I need a new material since this BOR event is only triggered once when a new classification assignment is happening. Conf, and just I want to save this. Okay, so I have now my material. And with my Fiori application, I will discard this one. I will use the previously created one. The classification that I've created here before, I will now assign this to the material. I will also jump into the code so that you see it. And you see here that this is the material that I just created here, ABAPConf. And I will assign the material classification to this material. And you see that these messages are provided. They come from the BAPI. I will also quickly show you in the code how this is done. So we jump into our behavior definition, and there you see that there is an action in line 33, assign classification to material, having this parameter. That was the pop-up where we specified the material master. And if we jump into the code, again, we see that we make use of a BAPI call. So step back. The cloudification repository is, again, being used here. Let me quickly check for the name. That's the object classification that we make use of here. So in the cloudification repository, okay, does not go away. There it is. OBCL. If I search for this one, you also see that there's, for the object classification, there is a change and a create BAPI that can be used for this purpose. So same story as before, a wrapper was generated up front, it was C1 released, and it can now be used in our implementation. Yeah. So stepping back here into the action implementation, we see that it again collects certain data. It performs an enqueue to make sure that the product is actually locked so that nobody else is maintaining the product in parallel, that also the classification is not being used at the same time. And then similar as before, we see that there is this factory and the operation that we have wrapped around it. And if I jump into it, we see again this conversion which is happening, and down there the actual BAPI call is happening. So it's now this object classification create a BAPI that is being used here, and this one is then performing the assignment and is then saving this to the system. Yeah, and we have seen that this was performed, and I don't know why I cannot jump back here. Let's do it this way. So we have done this assignment. So this means if we now jump into the material master and check the assignment there, then we should, of course, see it. And if we look here at the classification, then we see that our assignment is there, that ABAPConf has been attached to it. Yeah, so this assignment has actually happened. The functionality is working in this case, this was done in order to kind of showcase now this BOR event handling. So for this, can I make this disappear? Okay, that's good. And for this, we will now jump into the BOR event linkage, SWE2, where you maintain the linkage and the handlers for given BOR objects. And the material master is bus 1001. And the event, the operation is view created, and there we have our own receiver maintained. Yeah? So this was done upfront. And in there, we see that there is a class that we have specified that handles this event. And we will now take a look at this class. And if we open this up here, then we see that this handler is, as usual, implementing the certain interface. This one here, yeah. And if we scroll down, we see it first doing certain checks that to make sure that, okay, this is in fact the event that has happened, that the classification assignment has happened here, and that the event was triggered, BOR event was triggered out of that. And for instance, we may send now, based on this event, an email. Yeah? So we can jump into our email inbox. We will use the system internal one. Yes, this also still exists. It's not only external emails. What happened? This always crashes whenever I try this in a demo. This always crashes. I don't know why. So, okay, we cannot show the inbox. Maybe it takes a while until it comes up. But trust me, there was a system internal email that was sent and it's in my inbox. Maybe after a while, this pops then up. But what we do in addition here, because we have prepared this, we also send a notification to the Fiori Launchpad. Yeah, so maybe someone is not interested that much into the system internal inbox, the business this workplace. But if we look at our Fiori Launchpad, and I think I need to do a refresh, otherwise. Yeah, here we see on the upper right corner that a notification was sent. Yeah, and here we see that product ABAPConf has been assigned to a classification. And yeah, exactly as we wanted to have this. So bottom line here, the BOR event that was triggered down there, somewhere deep down inside the BAPI call, is used now to perform another operation and to kind of, yeah, send emails, send notifications, also do updates to other instances. So you see here some EML statements that you could execute and additional things. And you could even, if you want to make use now of this business event and say, okay, yeah, this is nice that I have the BOR event inside my system, but how about connecting it to the event mesh? How about sending this now outside? This can be done by a little trick, which is shown here. We make use of our RAP business object that we prepared, and in that business object, in this business object, we have specified a new event that is being exposed with an event binding. Yeah, so we see here there's an event binding, and in the BOR event handler, we just trigger this event again. Not again, it's not the same event, it's a new event that we've introduced. We trigger this event on the RAP-BO, and this one via the event binding can be connected then to the event mesh. And with this little extra step, yes, it's a small extra step, but with this little trick, you can then expose this event even to the outside world, although it was initially a kind of old-fashioned BOR event, and with this you kind of are flexible in doing whatever you want. And that is basically part of this second demo that I just showed you. Yeah? So again, a little recap. We have the regular material master maintenance, where we assign a classification, and then this was the code walkthrough. And then in the BOR event handler that we've seen, this linkage that we have maintained, we see then that our class is being triggered, and inside this class, since it's an asynchronous processing, you can basically do everything. Yeah, so you can do database operations, email statements, sending notifications, emails, whatsoever. So this is then more or less fine. And now I want to again try this out, clicking this button. I don't know why this is not working in none of the demos. seems somehow related to screen sharing. I don't know. Okay, but trust me that an email was sent to my inbox. And with that, I hand back over to Fabian with the
Yeah,
closing
exactly.
words.
Maybe just some key takeaways again, also for this session. So what you should really take home with you is one, our cloud is our future development model to build cloud compliant applications, right? In SAP S/4HANA, we are delivering our cloud development model also for on-prem, also for the private cloud, and there we are delivering our innovations. Right? So if you want really to receive innovations from the technology, like also shown by Volker now, make sure that you build your new applications in our cloud. And yeah, we also have some new innovations planned for our cloud. So we will also give you a glimpse in the closing keynote on that. So stay tuned for that in the late afternoon. And last but not least, I'm sure what on the slide is, yeah, some links and some further information. So go check them out. So on the one hand, we also have the roadmap. This was shown also by Søren earlier this day to be on the up to date regarding the roadmap. And of course, also our cloud documentation, where you also find your developer guides to build transactional applications, analytical applications, and integration services. So whenever you have a kind of issue to solve, check out those links. They will guide you also in your development processes. All right, and with that, I think we're through. So I would also open up the round for questions, or do we need directly to move around and make some room for the next presentation? One or two questions.
One or two questions,
Okay.
if there are any. Otherwise, meet the speaker is happening, so you can also raise questions there.
Maybe we also postpone it to that. Yeah.
Up to you. So
All
with
right,
that,
thank you
thanks a
very
lot.
much.
Thanks for attending.
Thank you.
Ja, das ist
Ich will auch hier den Lautsprecher.
Ja, genau.
Gestern habe ich es doch kapiert.
Aber so nichts möchtest du nicht, weil du oder Alkohol. In der ABAP kann man ja natürlich.
Genau, und Share machen wir dann später, oder?
Du musst auch Share machen.
Wie ging das bei Zoom? Konnte man da übershare oder musste ich erst mit Share? Ja, das weiß ich schon. Muss man dafür erst Share raus, damit der andere darf oder darf man da? Nö. Du bist ja dabei. Du fandest alle können Share. Ja, genau.
Ja, genau. Und wenn du das dann erstellt möchtest, dann
Schau, der Remote-Supporter bewegt sich ihre Maus. Nein. Bewegt sich ihre Maus? Nö, passiert nicht. Timo will auch noch was vom ADC.
Ja, das verstehe ich auch nicht.
So let's get started. We'll continue with the next session. ABAP Test Cockpit goes cloud. This is about ABAP Test Cockpit on SAP BTP. Let's take a short look at the agenda. I will do a short introduction and then we'll take a look at the use cases which are available with ATC on BTP. Then we will talk about the features overview and you will see a lot of live demos. And in the end, a short summary. So I hope most of you already know about this cockpit. ABAP Test Cockpit is our central quality assurance tool, which is available as a central solution. So you can set up a central system in the landscape connected via RFC with the development systems in your landscape. And in that sense, you have one quality standard for the whole landscape and you have minimized administration efforts. You are screen sharing.
So, gerade noch mal neu. Stop share. Und,
Okay.
No,
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So now you see my screen. So central ABAP Test Cockpit system in the landscape can be connected with the premise systems via RFC. You have the same quality standard for the whole development landscape. You can execute the same checks over the systems. And you have all kinds of checks available there. You have standard code inspector checks, including SLIN checks. You have security checks by CVA. SAP HANA S/4HANA checks, cloud readiness checks, and you can also write your own checks, and you can also execute ABAP unit tests. So, and having in mind the benefits of the whole cloud solutions and also SAP strategy, cloud goes first, we have decided to move the central ABAP Test Cockpit into the cloud. And now ABAP Test Cockpit is available on SAP BTP inside of SAP BTP ABAP environment. And it brings a lot of advantages for you because you don't need anymore maintain a central ATC system on premise. You don't need to take care about the whole setup, about maintenance, about upgrade. If you think about central ATC, how it works, it can only check the systems of the same release or lower releases. And every time you get a newer system into your landscape, like for example, S/4HANA 2023, then you need also upgrade your central ATC system in order to be able to check this system with the central ATC hub as well. And you don't need to do it anymore since you have ATC on BTP, which is upgraded automatically, which is always up to date on the newest release. And you can check any system of your landscape using the central ATC on BTP. On top of that, you get always the newest innovations, all the newest features inside of this system, and it is always up to date. If you now take a look at the use cases which we provide with the central ATC in the cloud, so there are some of them. For example, you can use ATC for your developments inside of SAP BTP ABAP environment. It means if you develop really inside of BTP ABAP environment, then you can benefit from ATC. Inside of the system, you have the ATC default check variant, which we as SAP deliver to you, which bundles all the necessary checks which should be executed for the quality assurance in ABAP Cloud Development Default Check variant. You can use also CVA checks, code vulnerability analyzer checks without any additional licensing fee, which are available there directly in your development system on BTP. And you can execute ATC checks, manage ATC check variants, create and approve ATC exemptions, and all this is happening inside of ABAP development tools in Eclipse. The same procedure is also valid for ATC for developments inside of S/4HANA Cloud Public Edition. There you use the same ABAP Cloud Development Default check variant, which bundles all the checks which are necessary for statistical quality assurance there. And also you maintain the whole check variants. You have the exemption procedure workflow inside of ABAP development tools for Eclipse. But the focus of today's sessions is on the real central ATC system, which can be used on BTP for checking of your on-premise or S/4HANA Cloud Private Edition systems. In that sense, Central ATC is also available in SAP BTP ABAP environment, and it consists of some apps which are provided to you in order to execute the checks, to manage the exemptions workflow, to create your own check variants, your own checks, and so on. So let's take a look now at these use cases, which features are available there. The custom code analysis is available in the custom code migration app, so you can execute a central check run over the custom code in the system on-premise or private cloud system using custom code migration app. For some of you, probably this custom code migration app is already familiar, because probably some of you have already used it during your S/4HANA system conversion projects in order to check your code for S/4HANA readiness. And that time, custom code migration app supported two use cases, checking the code during system conversion for S/4HANA readiness, and in addition, for the custom code transformation to BTP, for example, if you won't just move the code to BTP ABAP environment, it was also able to create BTP migration project and check the code for cloud readiness. We extended the custom code migration app in that sense that the app is now also able to check the classic ATC use cases, so you can use custom code migration app as a central ATC run system and provide there any classic ATC check variant. Of course, the check variant must be cloud enabled and RPC enabled and be available on BTP ABAP environment. You have some benefits there. Also, you can consider, for example, usage data, execute code analysis, and focus your analysis on the only used code. And you have different filters. You can filter results. And you have also the view on quick fixes. We provide some quick fixes for some areas. For example, in security issues, you can benefit from some automated quick fixes also available there. And you will see in the app which issues you can fix with the quick fixes. As I already said, using ATC on BTP has the advantage for you that code vulnerability analyzer checks can be used without any additional license fee. So you probably know you need to license separately code vulnerability analyzer checks if you use them on-premise or in private cloud edition of S/4HANA or in ECC. But now you can use them directly as a custom code analysis project inside of the custom code migration app. We bundle them in as lean-sec check variant and consider also security issues in your code without having to pay for it anymore. If you configure ATC, you use the new app ATC configurator, which is provided also on BTP inside of BTP ABAP environment. Using ATC configurator, you can set, for example, ATC check variant as default. And you can also define additional configuration capabilities. Like, for example, you can adjust priorities of the check messages according to your needs. For example, lower the priority or assign higher priority. You can exclude some ATC checks. Very important are transport settings. If you use central ATC for checking of your on-premise or private cloud edition systems, you need still to configure your transport settings inside of on-premise or private cloud edition system. So the ITC configurator app configures the transport settings only for developments inside of BTP ABAP environment. But if you use it as a central ATC check system, then configure transport settings inside of on-premise system as well. So there is no SAP GUI inside of BTP ABAP environment, and therefore you don't have code inspector where you can maintain the check variants. And the way to maintain check variants is to go into ABAP development tools for Eclipse. And there we have dedicated editor where you can display existing check variant. You can change the check variant, create your own one. Also, we provide the API which enables you to create your own ATC checks. If you have some created ATC check variants on premise and you want to transport them into your cloud ATC system, it's also possible by using ABAP Git. And we support the transport for ATC check variants, check objects, and check categories. By the way, on each slide of this presentation, you have the links where you can just jump to the blogs and have detailed information about the whole capabilities. Last but not least, you can also schedule ATC runs of BTP. The scheduling app is based on BTP application jobs, and you have schedule custom code analysis app, which is based on the custom code projects which are created in the custom code migration app. So the first step is to create such project for custom code analysis, and then use the predefined templates inside of schedule custom code analysis app, and then just schedule your execution of the ATC run. You can plan start time, recurrency, and so on. And the result after the executed scheduled ATC run will be also provided in the custom code migration app as well. Having said this, I would like to hand over to Thomas, who will show us the demo regarding to the typical tasks which quality expert needs to do in order to execute ATC run, configure ATC, and schedule ATC runs. So, Thomas, the stage is yours.
Thank you. All right. So my name is Thomas Fiedler. I'm usually the product owner of the ABAP development tools. But today I'm a senior developer at a company, and I'm already working since a couple of weeks now in setting up the ATC in cloud for our company. Just a few days before going live with that solution, my manager came to me in the room and said, "Hey, Thomas, I saw on that ABAPConf a very nice new tool called the Code Pal. So these are clean ABAP code checks, and I want to have this because I want to have clean code as well in my system." All right. So as said, normally on Monday we went live. So I looked a little bit what I found on Google. So and I definitely found that Cockpit, so these clean code checks, that's an open source project. I already have opened here the GitHub repository where all the checks are included, and there is also a style guide where you also find how you should develop in a modern way in ABAP. And this is exactly what I want to use now. How can I eliminate that one here? Maybe so. And the first thing that I want to do is now I want to import these checks in my central check system. So central check system is a normal BTP ABAP environment system in that case. So I can connect with my ADT to the system and also use all the Fiori apps that are available there. And the first thing that I'm using is because I want to. That I want to import these checks from the GitHub repository in my ABAP system. Therefore, I'm using the ABAP Git client in my ADT. So I did this already, just linked this GitHub repository with my package here, and then I imported that. I also had a nice colleague who helped me by that. He's also in that room. And yeah, so this is already in my system. And the good thing is that not only the checks are imported, there is also coming already an variant with all these checks that you can see here. So there are a lot of checks implemented, especially this is of interest here for my manager, because we want that our developers only using the modern language elements and not the old obsolete stuff anymore. And therefore, I would try to start with that one here. And first thing that I want to do is to first have an overview, okay, how many findings we will get when I integrate this check in our variant, because I don't want to disturb too much our developers when we go live with that solution. And I also fear that they maybe pick me up in the car at the morning. Therefore, I first want to do a check run over my system for my own. And therefore, I'm now using the Fiori apps. So here I'm in the Fiori launchpad of my ABAP environment system. So with the role of for the ABAP test cockpit configuration. So basically, I have the custom code migration app. I think the name is not the best one. We are also thinking about having a renaming here that is more focused on the real ABAP test cockpit use case. Then I have the configuration, the scheduler, and then the exemption app. I want to start with that one here because I said I first want to do a small check what these new code pal checks are really doing. Therefore, I create here a custom code analysis project. Everything is already configured, so I have configured the configuration, the connection to my on-premise systems, cloud connector, all these kind of things. I did this on my own. Yes, Ingo? And I give it a name, clean core test, let's say. Open the system. There you see who helped me. And then I directly choose this pre-configured variant here. What I also can do, that this run does not take too long, I can also specify here only one package where I want to do the checks. So I only choose this one here, and that's it already. Maybe one small remark, because there's also a change in the app. So in the past, there was when you were saving the project and directly the ATC run starts. This is sometimes not so handy when you, for example, want to use the scheduler, because then you first have to delete this one and then schedule. So there's now also the possibility that I can delay that automatic start here via this part. But I don't want to do this now. I want to go back. Create this project. And then the ATC run starts. So now the usual logic, that the check runs on the BTP ABAP environment, but the code is still on premise. So there is some kind of IRC connectivity in between, analyzing the coding and then doing the check. So this takes now a few seconds. So we're only checking 5 objects. All right, that's it already. So we get 12 findings. Just click on that. And then you see what's happening. So this modern language check here. So for example, the move statement is not recommended anymore. So clear, okay, developers should not use that. And then there are also some things like, okay, the old version of the call method should not be used, or also not create objects, or all these kind of things, which are available in the style guide for clean ABAP. They are available as checks, and I want to use that. And there you also see, it's very nice because I have here the quick fix indicator where I see, I have 11 quick fixes for that. Maybe that's nice because I get some credits at my developers, because they can just fix the findings with one click in the IDE, so they don't have to think about, okay, what's the new version of the call method and things like that. So this is all done automatically by the tool later on. All right. Then I go back to my ADT, because now I want to integrate this check here into my standard variant. So this was the one that I downloaded from GitHub. Now I use the other one. So this is this that I already have configured. I also integrated for sure the security checks, because that's anyhow for free available in the BTP ABAP environment. Then I also have integrated the new ABAP Cloud Readiness checks, because I only want to use released API. So you heard this already in some presentations of today, that we now have released APIs, and there are also ATC checks available. So this I want to use, and there I already see here the code pal that I can use here. And for the beginning, I'm just using this modern language check here, so I can just click on that, and that's it. Maybe these from you, we are not so familiar with the modern way of configuring an ATC. So you maybe know this from the code inspector, so the old SAP GUI user interface. This is now also migrated towards an Eclipse editor. There's also a transport object behind there, so you can transport it. There's also the possibility to provide this into a Git repository via ABAP, all this kind of things. So all this that you know about the goodies that you get when you have a transport object. Okay, I think this was it already for part one. Maybe Olga, you can take over, and I look in the meanwhile what I had forgot.
Okay, then let's continue with the slides. What Thomas has shown to you are typical tasks of the quality manager or quality expert in the landscape. And now we'll take a look at the central ATC from the developer perspective. So as the developer, you work on your on-premise or private cloud development systems. And of course, you want also benefit from this central ATC on BTP. You want to use the checks which are available there in order to test your developments on regular basis with these checks on BTP. It's also possible with so-called developer scenario. For those of you who use ATC on-premise, it's a remote hub solution. Then you probably already know you can connect your development systems to the central ATC and use the central ATC check variant from the central ATC system. And the same developer scenario is also available if you use ATC on BTP. So your systems are connected by the setup via Cloud Connector and RFC to the central BTP system, and the Cloud ATC variant is also can be referenced in your on-premise or private cloud system through the so-called proxy check variant, which will be created in the on-premise system, and then you can use the central checks on BTP. You can execute these checks, you can view check results, you can check your transports before release. You can, of course, take care of the findings, use the quick fixes, and also request the exemptions from your quality expert. For the exemptions workflow for your on-premise development, we have the following process. As a developer, you create the exemption in ABAP development tools in Eclipse during your development process. After executing ATC run, of course, with the central checks from the central ATC on BTP, you get the findings. And if you think for this finding, you need to request the exemption because you don't want to take care of it, or it's true, false, positive finding, then you just use the context menu in ABAP development tools for Eclipse and request exemption. You define exemption scope, and then you provide also justification, and the exemption will be provided to your quality expert in the so-called approve ATC exemption app in SAP BTP ABAP environment, and then your quality expert will take care of it and decides if to approve or reject it or how to process it. Last but not least, there is also ATC baseline available. And for those of you who know the baseline from ATC on-premise, the baseline is good to exclude the findings in old legacy code. The findings which are taken in the baseline are not considered anymore, will not pop up in the next upcoming ATC run. And in the ATC on BTP, the baseline is based on this custom code migration, bad word, probably custom code projects, which you create in the custom code migration app, because there you execute ATC run, and then you can take the findings of this run into baseline, so you can exempt them or suppress them, just exclude from the result, or assign a lower priority to these findings. And the outcome of the putting findings into baseline would be that the findings will not appear in the central ATC check result anymore. If you again create custom code projects with the same check variant, execute again ATC run, you will not get these findings. And another benefit is, of course, the developer who had his findings in his ADT will not get the findings if he executes ATC run over his development. So this was with regard to the baseline. Now we are in the developer role, and I would like to hand over to Thomas again to show us developer scenario and ATC exemption app.
All right. Now I'm changing my role. I'm not the guy who is setting up the ATC. Now I'm taking over the role of a developer. It's Monday morning. I took my first coffee, looked at my emails, and then I saw one email from our quality team that some new tool was established over the weekend called ABAP Cockpit, and that we should have a look a little bit more on our code quality, which I think it's not relevant for me because I'm a developer and I will not do these kind of things. So I think I can just do development as last week. But okay. Before I do that, let's give it a try. Maybe it's a good tool. Maybe okay, I will play around with that. And they told me I will find that in my ATP here. When I click on the package, for example, I can trigger these code checks. And this pop-up comes up. That's the variant. And I show this because you can also directly execute this, but I show this to explain a little bit how this is implemented, because now I can pick here this so-called proxy variant, which is more or less only, I can trigger this already. So the idea is that you configure on the one hand side in your development system, where I'm here, which variant is triggered on the central system. And the variant, you've seen this before in my ADT demo, I have configured on the cloud system. Therefore, I need this link from my on-premise systems where I have this proxy variant. So I do not configure a variant or something. It's just to have this locally available. It's only a pointer to the variant in my on-premise systems. Why do I tell this all? Because I have to open a little bit, wait until this check run here is finished. Therefore, I thought it is a perfect idea to explain this a little bit in more detail, how this works. So the HC is already working. Yeah, so it's a complex coding here in the implementation. And I already like that tool because, yeah, you will see that in a few seconds. No. Because the run is already finished. Nice try. So I've here my business partner implementation. By the way, I want to transport this through the landscape today. But when I now look on these results, and I also saw in the email that now it is not possible anymore to transport any kind of coding which has ATC issues. I have a lot of fun today because I now have to think to solve these issues here. And why is my Eclipse not responding anymore?
Because I haven't answered the question.
Yeah. This guy has access to the backend system. Okay, now it's okay. So I have here the list of ATC findings here. And that, okay, I cannot use these obsolete statements here anymore. And I also have to use a different syntax for my call method. All nice, but I don't want to do this manually, right? So this is stupid. So I just using here some nice tooling, which is integrated here, the so-called quick fixes. Maybe you know this already in the case you did already a S4 transformation, because there we also have quick fixes for the order by and all the other things here. This is also available for the code pal, and here makes definitely sense because most of the stuff here is just a reformatting, let's say, of the statements here. So this can be done automatically, and this you can trigger here. This is also that what you've seen in the app, right, with this quick fix indicator. And then you see, okay, in that case, I can fix 9 of these findings here automatically. So I can just go over it. I'll click next. And now the next one, this is definitely not something for me because I trust this tool here. And I just click finish. And then these changes are done automatically into my coding. Successfully, perfect. So that's one thing. Then I see, oh, these guys, they want to force me to use release API, but that's definitely not something that I want to do now. I can also do this at the end of the release or right before the end of the release. So I want to apply an exemption for that, right? So that I can release my transport here. Therefore, we have integrated the exemption workflow. So exemption just means that this finding is then not valid for me anymore. So I can transport, I can go on with my developments. So I do this. You have the possibility to say, okay, let's do it only for that one single finding, or I can also do this for the whole method or for the whole class or even for the whole package. But maybe for the whole package, I'm not sure if the quality manager will say, okay, here, so I'm maybe try with the finding here. Go through it. Reason. And finish, it's already done. And then I also saw that other things like, I cannot imagine that our whole developer like that when they get errors for that. So I also sent the email to my quality expert, say maybe you can lower the priority a little bit. Maybe warning is okay. Okay, that's what I also did. So now I'm changing back to the role of a developer, of ESMA as the quality manager. Next time I'm wearing different hats. It's maybe easier to recognize in which role I'm currently in. So now, first of all, I get this email that the priority is a little bit too high. Now, okay, I will be smart here and change this. But that I have the test cockpit configuration app. And there I see all the messages, all the findings which are installed more or less on that system. And in that case, I know it was something about the modern language, right? And there I see, okay, this call method he mentioned in his email. I want to lower the priority here a little bit. And you can say, okay, let's make from this a 1. So all done centrally, so this also then valid for all connected systems. So you only have to configure this on the central system. And that's it already. And then was the second demand that is concerning the exemption. Therefore, I'm now going into the exemption app. And there I already see, okay, there is this from this developer here. Okay, don't care for that. Okay, no problem. Maybe he fixes it next week. But to assure that, I will approve that exemption only with an expiration date. And I don't use that one here. And I don't show the date picker. Maybe let's do it at the end of the year. So some kind of an assessment, so that also the developers know at the end of the year he has to fix that. and then I save it and approve it. And that's more or less. There's also, let's say, when you have several exemptions here, you can also mark several exemptions and approve it. So also some kind of a mass mode available. Okay, going back to my IDE. Maybe the guy who had this question can already prepare now.
Answer it all.
Maybe you have another one? Because what I'm now doing, I'm doing a recheck in order to figure out if my exemption was accepted. By the way, there are also other findings in there. For example, I already mentioned I have the security findings in there. So as I said, I'm a little lazy, so I did not any kind of authorization check in my report here. Just not so nice idea. So this was also here figured out via the CVA, and there's also standard code checks that you have some kind of possibility for translation with text elements, all these kind of things.
Maybe you can show the option how to run a very fast just the code check whether the syntax is everything is fine. Is that also possible? Just with the right click here on the package and do the syntax check. So that's what I do quite regularly to say, okay, did I break something anywhere else in the code? And I'm doing the syntax check on the whole package.
Oh, dude, you stressed me a little bit.
You asked for some time.
But not these kind of questions. But I'm a pro. You mean this?
Yeah, that's the standard syntax check.
Yeah.
It's configured and running in the cloud, and you can also use this from the satellite systems.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. This is then not really remotely because this triggers the syntax check on the check system. So there's not some kind of that you can use the syntax check of the cloud system and things like that. So that definitely not.
Okay,
this is then
working.
So there are some checks which makes no sense that you execute them on the cloud system. For example, also execution of unit tests makes no sense because the unit tests are running there. But therefore, we have some functionality which we sometimes call pseudo-remote enabled. That means, in fact, they are configured on the central system, but the real check is running on the local system. Here, like the syntax check. All right, so that's already it. I hope that the check was executed properly. I already see that the priority is now a little bit lower, so it's a warning. And for sure, I don't see that finding anymore because I got an approved exemption, but I can include that as well here. I can also include the exemption finding, and then I see this again here. This was here. Also see this here in some kind of table column that there was an exemption for that. Yeah. All right. That's it so far. So looks not so bad now for the developer. So combination, quick fixes, exemptions, for sure also pseudo comments work in that scenario. No problem. All right. I'm still in the role of the quality experts because in the meantime I got some more emails from more developers and they are really concerned because now also for the whole legacy developments these checks are also applied. And then the guy said, hey, do you really that we now sit here hours and fix all these call methods in every legacy coding that we did the last 20 years? Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that's not a good idea. Therefore, we are recommending to use a so-called baseline. Baseline is that when you establish new checks, you can say you don't want to apply them for the legacy stuff, but you want to assure that every new development is already written in a way that the new checks apply. Therefore, you can set the baseline, and you maybe look, there's no baseline app available. That's okay, because that's just integrated in the custom code migration project app, which most likely is called ABAP Test Cockpit after our renaming operations. And I can just reuse that because I don't want to show this. I just want to show you how this works in principle. So you already have seen there is this add findings to baseline button. So what you're doing is you're creating a check run over your legacy coding and pick only these checks that you want to put into the baseline, let's say. So not the security stuff, so only this thing where you don't want that your developers now change every coding and change these, create objects and things like that. Therefore, I have created this check run here at the beginning, and then I can just put all these findings that I get here into the baseline. So that's very simple. So you just click there, and then you have 3 possibilities. One is similar behavior as for the exemption, so you don't see the findings anymore. There's a similar option, but technically a little bit different to suppress these findings in the ATC. And you also have the possibility, and sometimes this is also a nice option, especially when you want to apply new checks, that you just reduce the priority of that finding, but only for the baseline, let's say. That is say, okay, for the old coding, I only want to give information for the developer that he knows there is something not so nice, but I don't want that the transport cannot be transported. And for the new stuff, then for sure it's then an error. So this is what I can do with the baseline here. So I can use that one, and that's it. That's it already. And then later on, when you also say, okay, now let's say we have maybe a little bit more time, and you really want to force that all the legacy coding will be fixed, then you can also remove the findings from the baseline. This is just integrated here. No problem. So that's the baseline feature. Also triggered from the central check system, but also then applies for the local runs on the development systems. Everything is integrated with that, what we sometimes call developer scenario. Last but not least, for sure, I'm a quality expert, and I want to see KPIs, right? I want to see how good are we over the time. So therefore, I want to have an ATC run every Friday afternoon, and I want to check if my quality is better now in our system. And therefore, I want to use now the schedule app here, because there I can schedule an ATC run over my whole system and can define the time here. And I did this already. So that's the standard application, job application. So it's an integration of the ATC runs into there. So this is everything standard. So I think this morning we also had Björn talking about the application job. That's a framework. Let's say whenever you integrate an application job, then you're here, and we have integrated the ATC as well. And then what you can do here, you can create a new one, or I can just copy this here. And then you see how this works in principle. So at first it gives you a name. This ABAPConf. And then I can click the next step. And then I'm now in the scheduler. And for sure here I can start, okay, I want to start it directly or at the evening, or I can also do this with a recurrence pattern here. And this reminds me that at the end of the year, the Dart VM will start. And so you can choose here the time when this run should be executed. And you can also define a recurrence pattern. When you say, okay, I want to have every Friday at 6 o'clock, I want to execute this check run, that I see then on the next Monday about my quality improvements in the system. And then you can also configure this here. Where is it? Yeah, correct. Weekly. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, and then you can schedule that. There's a third step for sure, where you can maybe you thought about, okay, what is now the linkage between this application job and my ATC, and that this you see here. So it's also done via this custom code migration project. So all the configuration that you did here, you can just remove here, so reuse here. So it's just a link towards that, and then this project here is executed. And I can press schedule, and that's already. And then you can check. Then when this one is executed, you go then back to the custom code migration app here. And then there you also see when the new check results are available. So you also see here when was the last execution of that run, all these kind of things you can then figure out here in this app here. So did I miss something?
No, you have told us a lot of things and showed a lot of capabilities.
One small thing to
Okay.
show. Because sometimes I also got the request, okay, and in our on-premise systems, we could create our own ATC checks, right? There was this nice code inspector infrastructure. I have already a lot of content, and this is definitely not working in the cloud, right? Because we have released APIs and that kind of things. And that's not true, because we also have now a new framework, let's say, to implement ATC checks for the cloud. So we also have released APIs to do that. And therefore the CodePal is also a very good example, because this is already implemented via the new infrastructure. So whenever you want to play around or want to learn how this thing is done, maybe it's easier to look on concrete examples. It's better to read through documentation and things like that. Therefore, you can just click on such an ATC check here, and then you're navigating to the coding. No, not here. So this is now also a transport object. So every ATC check also is implemented via an own transport object. So you can also transport it through your landscape. And then it's more or less only the implementation class here, which is important here. And then you can look how this is implemented. So it's just one class implementing this interface here, and that's already it. So looking on the methods that we have, there is one run method, and this is more or less that you have to implement. I think it's quite easy to look how this modern language check is implemented, and then you also see, okay, how can I use the language analysis and all these kind of things. So that's also nice at the end. Then when you know how to do this, then you can also contribute to the code part, because I already mentioned this is an open source project. So when you have new ideas or want to improve the logic, then you can also incorporate your own changes and can push it on our GitHub repository. It's also possible. And that's it. Are we still in time or?
Perfect.
I have still 1 minute, probably to close the session. Last but not least, we have some extension capabilities for central ATC on BTP. We have some APIs which are available for you if you want to extend the functionality. For example, you have the API to start ATC runs, get ATC run results, process exemptions. You have CDS views in place to get ATC exemptions and check results. You have REST APIs where you can start the ATC runs using CI pipelines, like, for example, with the project Piper. Or as Thomas just showed, you can use API for implementation of your own ATC checks. So, summary, ABAP Cockpit on BTP is full-featured. The main features are there. We recommend it really to use for clean governance of your private cloud or premise developments. You have all the necessary features in place. Of course, it's not realistic to rebuild all the features which are available in SAP GUI ATC, but still the most essential features are there. You can execute custom code analysis. You can create your own check variant, your own checks. You have robust workflow for handling exemptions. You have developer scenario where you can use ATC on BTP as a developer. You have baseline to exclude legacy findings. You have scheduler to schedule ATC runs, and you can still use Charm for transport management and integration of change requests in your on-premise or private cloud systems. If you want to get more information which features will come in the area of cloud ATC, just take a look at the BTP ABAP environment roadmap. There, the new features will be provided in the context of cloud ATC as well. Here's some information on how to get the BTP ABAP environment. We recommend to start with 2 blocks ABAP runtime and 4 blocks with HANA persistency to manage cloud ATC execution. And more information, as usual, in our ABAP testing and analysis community. There is dedicated session there, a section about Cloud ATC, all the blogs which are relevant to all the ATC features which we told about and which Thomas showed to you are there. Having said this, thank you very much for your attention. Aber keine Zeit um Kabeln, oder?
Könnte man gleich sehen, ob jemand rumläuft. Ist jetzt kein nichts mehr?
Ja.
Jedes Mal oder bemerkt ihr?
Also der guckt jetzt nicht, okay, der Software ist genau gleich.
Hi George, we just let the people in the room, so give it another 2 or 3 minutes, please.
Das ist der zweite ein bisschen schneller, aber jetzt nicht so, dass er Cockpit ist. Also ich kein Platz.
Yes, it's a little bit noise, to be honest. So when we're ready to start, just ping me.
Yes, give it another minute, please, and then we start.
Yes, of course.
Okay, George, you may start now.
Okay, thank you. So hello everyone, welcome to my session. I'm really excited to be here today and share my knowledge with all of you. And I would like to thank ABAPConf for the great opportunity to connect and dive into some hands-on coding. So the agenda for today's topic is small. I want to have a small agenda and more code snippets at the end. So let's start with a few words about me. So my name is George. I'm George Drakos. I'm an SAP technical consultant. And I started my professional career as an AI developer, building neural networks. And to be honest, it sounds strange to say that I switched from AI to SAP. But I was eager to bridge my technical expertise with the business. And SAP provided me with this gateway, to be honest. I started in consulting for 5 years, and I recently switched to an in-house company called Teja, which is a payment solutions company based in London. So, as everyone, I suppose, I started my career with a focus on the backend development with exit, budget, reports, the core ABAP, let's say, not all the fancy new words like ABAP Cloud, ABAP on the cloud, business technology platform. And as SAP evolved, a transition from SAP programming model to CDS, MDB, virtual data models. And then I started playing with Fiori and to build some OData services with annotations, etc. Today, I'm trying to explore all the advanced models like RAP in order to build cloud-ready services. But in our session, we're going to talk about our beloved language, ABAP. And more specifically, we're going to talk about the, let's say, advanced new ABAP. So let's start by saying what is the so-called advanced new ABAP. It's actually started my idea, that inspired by real-life experience. And then it transitioned to a series of articles that I published on the LinkedIn. The idea is how we can actually use the new ABAP syntax, 7.4 or even 7.5 and later, in a, let's say, smart or advanced way. And I mean, first of all, how to combine the different commands like constructor operators or even constructor operators with runtime type services, OpenSQL, in order to achieve the outcome without extensive code and without intermediate temporary variables. Example given is like how you can combine the value constructor operator with lines in order to count specific records of an internal table. Also, a very important point is to reveal some not so well known or easily forgotten commands that many times can be really useful. Actually, recently I encountered a problem that discarded duplicates, addition of the corresponding was very useful. Didn't know that. So in today's session, we're going to see 7 already published advanced new ABAP code snippets and their usage, of course, and some of them that haven't been published. So it's like a sneak peek to the new article that's going to come. In brief, the presentation will include constructor expressions, obviously, Boolean functions, table function, and most importantly, how we can combine them in order to achieve the desired outcome. Benefits. What are the benefits for us, for the developers, for our daily tasks? First of all, advanced ABAP is all about enhancing the capabilities of the ABAP language itself. For developers, it offers the opportunity to explore new features that make coding more efficient and powerful. So with the introduction of modern syntax, complex tasks that once in the past require extensive effort can now be simplified. Okay, so these improvements help streamline development, reduce code complexity, and at the end, enable us as developers to focus on delivering the solutions faster while leveraging all the potential that ABAP has to offer. Some practical use cases, just to familiarize ourselves, is how we can, for example, a simple one, how to convert the table directly into type range from SQL statement, which is very handy, because when you need the database table only to filter something later in your code, you can do it directly. You don't have to put it in a database table and then convert it. And the second one on the right is the value operator with the lines addition. So we're having two internal tables, the T1 and T2, and we directly create a target one, combining both of them, and also add some new lines if needed. Very important point is the challenge and considerations. So the point of my presentation is not just about learning new syntax or features. Okay, actually, I want to represent a shift in how we approach development as a whole. So I want to encourage developers to think beyond traditional procedural coding and embrace principles like modularity, scalability, and reusability. And by saying that, I mean breaking down solutions into smaller, manageable components that can be easily maintained and extended over time. So it's really important for all of us to know what is Clean ABAP. I've here the Clean ABAP repository, and also two very important books, sub-press books, the Clean ABAP book and the ABAP to the Future. And additionally, it requires adopting a mindset that, let's say, prioritizes innovation and efficiency. Okay, so there is also a very good session that my friend George Manousaridis presented 2 years ago in the ABAP conference 2022, if I remember correctly, which is tweaking ABAP. But our session is not just use all the new features that ABAP has to offer, but how we can combine all of them in order to achieve the result. So let's stop the presentation now. I'm going to switch to the Eclipse, and we're going to bring everything we've discussed into life with some code. So let's go to the Eclipse. I have created a global class, and I have also included the interface in order to run our class in the console. And we're going to develop together in order to explain, and also I would like to present my turn of thought behind all of this code that I'm going to develop. Let's start with the first point, which is, let's say, something that I discovered recently is, line exists. I think everyone has used line exist, but has something that's missing. Line exist can only use the equal comparison operator, and you cannot use a not equal or lower than or greater than. So there's a way we can get over it using the reduce. So let's start with the first point. Line exists with comparison operators. I will keep commenting the code in order to understand every part of it. So first of all, let's select from just a demo table as flight, all of the fields, and we're going to insert the entries, the internal table. Okay, so the goal here is actually to check if there is a line where car ID, okay, is not equal to an amount. The traditional way is to have a temporary variable, let's say, for example, price not exists, loop the table with a where clause, and if we get into the loop, we can then assign the ABAP true value into the variable. But how we can use the reduce in order to do this with only one line of code? Let's say if reduce, we're going to have an ABAP bool variable. First, we're going to initialize, let's say, price not equal to 22. First, ABAP false. Then we're going to loop the table. Let's say for ls line in LTS flight, where now here's the magic happens, not equal to 422. Next. Close the end. So format, check. So here, actually, we can use reduce directly into the condition. So if there is a line in the table that the car ID is not equal to 422, then we can implement the logic, implement logic here. Also, a very important point that you can do here, you can also use contain string greater than, greater equal. You can use everything. It's like, let's say, line exists on steroids. And This is the first advanced new ABAP code snippet. We're going to comment it, and we'll go to the next one, which is my beloved corresponding operator. So we're going to copy this and corresponding. So corresponding operator actually transfer entries between tables or between a structure and an internal table. But something that I discovered is that we can use the corresponding operator together with an append or insert in order to move table structure into internal table. But that's not the point. The point is that if we use corresponding with, let's say, insert, we can also use the mapping that corresponding provides and can also exclude some fields from the target table. So let's say we're going to declare an sales header table, internal table. Okay, this one. This is actually a table type, feedback, not something special, just a standard table with non-unique key. And we're going to select data, single actually, in order to select, to get only a structure from ABAP. And let's say we're going to select VBELN as order, RDAT as creation date, and let's say num, doesn't matter. Into data ls sales item. Great. Now, the goal here is actually to insert this structure into this table. But this table does not have a component order or a creation date, so we can use mapping. And we also want to exclude the num from the final table. So we can do the following: insert corresponding, mapping, and then the VBELN of this table is equal to order of this table. And also the RDAT is equal to creation date. And finally, in order to exclude the num field, we can use the except addition into table sales header. We're going to use this as an output. Format, check, and then activate our code. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here, execute the code. Great. So here we have the structure. The final table now is empty, but when we insert corresponding, we have one line here, VBELN, enter that. And here's the final result of the corresponding. So let's call it in conjunction with insert, and also it works with append. Now, we'll stay on the corresponding operator, and we're going to use another great feature of ABAP, which is corresponding with lookup table. So what's the point of this? So this version of corresponding actually performs a lookup on another internal table. It works, imagine like it's just like a left outer join. So if the lookup table contains no fields matching original table, then only the original table contents are transferred to the results. Okay, we'll create our own structure type let's say, call it country. And we are going to have two components, country and one more component, let's call it not country name, country text. We're going to use mapping afterwards. So country text, and we're going to use the field country name. Now we'll create the table type. Country with default key. Okay. Now let's construct our original table. Let's say local table original is equal to value tt country and let's now use two country keys, gr, my home country, and also ABAP conference country, let's say the and now we will create our lookup table. So let's select from our country text. Let's select all the fields. We don't care about the performance now, where language equals to logon language. Okay. Into table. Format and then check. So now time for our beloved corresponding. So result lookup. So we're going to construct a table type tt country and original, call it local table original from. Now this is, let's say, the left outer join takes place. LT local table lookup using on the join condition country equals to country. And we can also add the mapping. For our case, we're going to map the country name of the lookup table to the country text of the original table. So mapping, say country text equals to country name. Okay. So we have an error here. The lookup table must be a sorted or hash table for this to work. So we'll go back and declare our lookup table. And let's say, yes, that we'll declare it directly without creating a type. Let's say lookup type hash table of iCountry text with unique key country, I guess. No need to define it here. So we're going to check now, format, and activate our code. And the code is ready. I will put a breakpoint here and here. And now, our original table here has two lines with the country key gr and d. We select all the data from the country text in the lookup table, and then we use a left outer join to the LT lookup table in order to retrieve the country text which in the database table is the country name. And if I press execute here, you can see that the result lookup table has the country and also the country text in it. Forgot to change the output, but you get the point. Remove all. Clear, then execute. And here you go. Now, let's go to the next code. I'm going to comment this. All of these codes are going to be on a repository that I have created, which is the ABAPConf 2024 on GitHub. I will upload everything after our session. Comment also this for now. And let's go to our next, which is actually a standard loop at an internal table, but it's an internal table that we have declared. We are going to loop at value. So this is really handy in some cases, trust me. Let's first create a type, let's say table type spfli, type standard table of spfli with default key. And now we're going to create two internal tables, the lt spfli 1, okay. And also the lt spfli 2. Okay. Everything is okay for now. And let's fill both of the tables with some data from our database. And let's say the first one, we're going to use the car ID equals to AA. And the second one, of table here, to where car ID, let's say, equals to AZ. Great. So now we fill the two internal tables, the first one with car ID AA and then with car ID AZ. Now we're going to do the following. We're going to loop at value. Our value is this value, spfli test. And then my favorite addition on the values, on the value constructor operator is the lines of lt spfli underscore 1. So we're going to loop the first table, then we're going to loop the second table. And let's say assigning field symbol fs. Okay, but the magic here is that you can even add custom lines, like let's say car ID equals to whatever, AV here. So we don't need a third table in order to transfer these entries and also some custom entries, we can do all of the magic here directly into the value. But it's really important here to explicitly declare the type, the table type that you want to loop. So let's put a breakpoint, 8080 line. So activate, execute. So 2 entries on the first table, 4 entries on the second table, and then our field symbol as the AA, then the AZ of the second table, and finally the AV of the last. I declared actually, so we don't have any other data, but you get the point. You can even use a functional method here to get values. You can do everything you want. So that's it for the value, for the loop at value expression. And we're going to the next one. Go to comment. This one, comment. Copy the comment. And then I believe this is my favorite one. So I think most of us have used the filter operator in order to filter some values from one table to another table. And we can now even use the value constructor operator in conjunction with the lines of and cont. So a big advantage of this method is that we can actually use it for any type of internal table. You know, filter has some limitations regarding the table type. So let's call it advanced filtering of internal table. And first of all, we declare an flights table type. Let's call it okay, this one actually the type name of is a standard table of okay, it's like a flight database table, and we're going to select from flight fields. I will not use asterisk this time. I will use the, let's say, ID, con ID, and then FL date into correspond table flights. Now, let's create a target table. I will call it, let's say, filtered flights and value and first of all, we're going to loop our original table from the database in LT flights. And here we're going to use our favorite addition, which is lines of cont. So let's say when the date, the flight date, I think the departure date, the FL date is lower equals to today's date, then don't need this one. Then we're going to append the line. Close it. So like this. Okay. Did I miss here? Okay. I think one more. That's close. I think I missed some parentheses here. Lines of code have to go code, then value. Let's close it. Problems. FS. Right. So component. Okay, I will use this. Here we go. Sorry for this. At I think I have a typo here. I will just copy paste this one. Okay, so now we use the LT flights, this table, and then we have the following condition. If the flying date, the departure date, is lower or equal to the current date, then we append the line. Else, we don't use the line. So it's like using a filter without using a filter. And it works with all kinds of tables, like standard table, like hash table, sorted table, anything can work. So let's uncomment the out now. We're going to use this one. Going to format, check, and then activate. I think now here, execute. Great. We have the filter flight, which contains obviously less lines than our original one, original table. And because we have set this condition here. And data type not yet supported. I don't know why, but we get this error. So another thing that I would like to point is that string templates actually something that I use a lot for my daily tasks. And something that I found is that we can even use temporary variables, cont, functional methods, functional expressions, everything inside the string template. So for example, here, the right gate of the ADT, this method, okay, has a type string. So we can do the following here. Instead of writing ABAP conference 2024, we can, for example, we can do a conf string, then declare two variables like ABAPConf year 2024. Great. Then we can use the event name ABAPConf, and then in now comes the string template. Here. Let's say the event, the name of the event, event name, year. And we're good. Here we can use anything we want. We can even use, let's say, a variable to get the year dynamically, or whatever. We can call a method. We can do whatever we want here. It's really handy. So we can avoid any intermediate, let's say, variables, temporary variables, and you can also make dynamic code for the name, for the output. So let's execute. Yes, execute. We have this strange error, type not yet supported. Sorry for that. I will use something else for our example. Let's say this, doesn't matter. Activate and execute. Clear. The event ABAPConf year 2024. And because we have 9 more minutes to go, I will have several codes to present, but I will go to a quick one for the end. And now we'll use the filter for filtering an internal table, but I don't want actually to create a new internal table. I want to count the lines of an internal table for a specific condition. So I'm going to do the following. Let's say count internal table lines. So in order to get line count, we can, for a certain condition, we can use the reduce operator, but I would like to present another way to achieve the same task. We can combine the power of filter and lines in order to achieve the same task. Okay, but we have to keep in our mind that we have to declare an internal table, assorted or hashed, in order for the filter to work. So let's create the types, begin of, let's say, the spflee, whatever. We'll use only one component to make it short, scar ID, and end of the spflee. Great. Now let's go to table type, spflee, table of the spflee with non-unique key RID. Let's say this is the correct one. Okay. Now I want to select data from database fields only car ID for our case into table. Let's say okay. Now instead of using reduce now, we're going to use lines and filter and a where clause in order to filter the table for a certain condition. So let's say lines, number of lines, whatever. We're going to use lines, then filter, our table where car ID equals to, let's say, LH, whatever, LH. This conf here is really important for the workflows to work. If you just insert LH, it won't work. So don't forget it. Breakpoint here. I'm also using ABAP Cleaner, which let's say a pretty printer on steroids. Let's press it now. I'm going to check, then activate. Okay. Come on. Why? Probably I found a bug here because I can't insert the breakpoint. Don't know why. We will do it the other way. Execute. So we are here. We select all the database table entries. We have 26 lines. And we filter based on the car ID. So we keep only the number of lines where the car ID equals to LH. And the total number of lines in our case are 5 total lines. If you go to count, let's say, unique lines, for example, only the lines that you have to group by in order to retrieve unique, you have to use the reduce operator in conjunction with group by, but that's for another topic. So this was the last code snippet that I want to present to you. So that's all. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks the ABAP conference for the experience, for everything. And now I think we have meet the speakers for the next 10 minutes, right?
Yes, thanks a lot, George. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I will stop the screen sharing now. Okay.
Yes, that's it. But you please remain in the room.
Of course.
Thank you. And the other speakers will come to the front, hopefully. So I hope the others still will join, but George, let's look back to the chat. What sessions went up here? I think that was still ATC. Nice. Okay, translation advanced new ABAP. Draxlo said nice usage of reduce, but not equal.
Yes.
Instead of equal, unequal hurts a little.
I like that. To be honest, I use equal and not equal, not to assign a value, but to compare a value. So when I'm, for example, building an OpenSQL statement in the workflows, I use the EQ or NE or whatever. I use the equal only to assign a value to a, let's say, to a variable. I think it's more clear to do this way.
Okay.
A senior developer taught me some years before.
Share screen because
sorry. Okay. I still need to pick up this guy. Good.
Und realistische Planung hat es eigentlich gedient.
It's hard. George, are you still with us?
Yes, of course.
Good. Let me go to the next one. LT lookup is never defined, only the LT original, correct?
Lookup is never defined, only LT original. No, I defined the LT lookup afterwards because I have to define it as a hash table for the corresponding to work. So I just did it a little bit later.
Okay. Then the next one was that filtered line is awesome. Yeah, they just clap their hands.
The examples, you can find the examples on my repository. I will share the link here, but I haven't uploaded anything yet. I will do it after our session.
After the session, perfect.
Yes.
That's pretty much the questions here in the chat. Any other questions in the room for George?
Josh, have you done a comparison of performance based on the normal line? So for especially the example with loop. So the traditional way of writing loop and what you've written. So the impact on times, have you compared that? Do you have any?
You are asking me about the performance?
Yeah, exactly. In terms of
haven't checked the performance, to be honest.
Oh.
Haven't checked the performance. For performance, for sure, don't select asterisk like I did on all these examples.
In this case, but for example, you had loop of the two, especially the two lines of LT1 and LT2, a case like that, right? So
right.
If you do it in a traditional way, so loop 1 and then loop 2, or now you can do value and so on, and then instead of that, if I do this, is there a decrease in terms of performance?
Okay, haven't checked the performance, to be honest.
I think I can do this. I can check that. This looks interesting. Thanks for the piece example.
We can do a trace and ST12.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, George. Olga, Thomas, do you want to come to the stage for the questions? And Olga, no, we didn't have you. So for the previous sessions, we had a couple of questions. Let me go back. Extensibility. So that is for Fabian and for Volker. SAP has nominated tier 3 APIs which are upgrade stable. Can they be actually used in cloud ABAP without using the wrapper?
If it's tier 3, then it is not really guaranteed that they will remain stable. Tier 2 is supposed to remain stable. And I mean, technically, of course, as we know, they can be used. But ideally, an alternative should be chosen.
Oh, I think the question was if they can be used directly in tier 1.
Yeah,
and
without the wrapper. Okay.
Without the wrapper, that's not possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Not possible, not to use our cloud. That was already answered also by sorry. No, that's Sebastian Freilinger asking for t-shirts and QR codes, not so important. Now to
this was my t-shirt. Because that's the RDT guide from the TSAG this one. That was the reason.
Okay. From where can I reach documentation about ABAP ATC for cloud? I think that's pretty
This is
simple.
our central community page, tests and analysis. Probably you can post the link.
Let's do this later. Is the mail notification functionality available for exception requests?
Not yet, but we're working already on that.
Okay.
It's definitely one of the next features we will ship.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's about the releasing the transfer. So as it seems that this has done by the developer totally in ADT, I think that was the Thomas developer. What about the functionality when someone is using SE10, as it seems, to release tasks and transports?
ATC is also integrated in the sub GUI based transport organizer. But I think it's the SA09, right? Never heard about SE10. Was it
SE10?
SE9?
SE01. 09.
Yeah, this is
Ah, 01. I was in the 09. Okay.
Yeah.
That is basically questions from the chat. Any questions in the room to the team?
Well, then it's my time.
Because
the meeting speaker is not also about answering the questions from the chat. It's also a little bit talking about you and what you do actually, and what how come that you ended up spending a whole day here in Mannheim. So, for instance, who have you here? We have Mr. VS Code.
Just left.
But looking back at 2024, all the announcements that were made from SAP so far, what's your perception of what the future, what is coming in Q1 and Q2? Will everything be delivered as promised?
What will definitely be delivered is the AI tool assistant for within ADT. This comes in February for the public cloud scenario. Then cross the fingers that we can also ship this with the next S/4HANA private cloud release in August or August. In August. That will be the major shipment.
And talking about private cloud, there was the keynote also something about code split between private cloud and the on-premise S4 version.
Yeah, but this was rumor. To be honest, I never heard about that.
Never heard.
So there is for sure the discussion whether we ship all the features that we provide in private cloud as well for on-premise, but it's not a technical question. It's a license question.
And also in the keynote there was, Stefan, there was something like the SAP bubble, that teams are not really working interconnected to solve this one problem from the customer perspective, but more about intrinsic problem solving. What's your perception of this topic from Stefan's keynote?
Who will answer that?
Maybe I can say so. Our application infrastructure and also our basis infrastructure, we of course have a lot of teams, a lot of dependencies also between those teams, and a lot of one-time components in there. And also coming with high complexity, there's also a kind of challenge to oversee all those technical details you need to know to address each and every business use case, also customer basis, right? And therefore, of course, that it might also happen that a development team which receives according to that may not have all the knowledge it needs to really address all the business needs the customer has, right? So I think we're still working on that to improve those things, and we're also happy if you share that to us, because then we can go back to SAP and also share this with the teams, and also point to exactly those things where things are not running well. However, I think there's of course some room for improvements, and we are continuously working on that.
But maybe to add to this, maybe it's also when you look on your own work. So in the past, you had an application which was completely built within the stack. Now you can we have issues on the HANA, then you have issues maybe in the ABAP stack and in the UI layer. So it's not that one single developer or one supporter understands the whole stack. That is also a problem where we sometimes, I think what was mentioned was this typical ticket ping pong, right?
So, talking about ping pong, looking back at before 2024, for instance, 5, 6, 7 years ago, only maybe 2022, it seems that now SAP is shifting a little bit focus or attention back to S4 core development, so the ABAP development. That there seems to be more investment from the side of SAP to bring more attention to this topic. Like for instance, the ADT bridge to SAP build, or ABAP goes into SAP build. So my perception is like for 4 years ago, this wouldn't have been possible, imaginable that someone gives so much attention or shines light from SAP side on this topic, on the Lohn und Brot development tasks, and suddenly this seems to change. So what is your perception of this? Just for the stream people, it was like we don't get more money.
Yeah, I also wanted to add another thing to the HANA versus ABAP thing, because it's sometimes really tricky. I was lucky enough to attend some of the famous stand-up meetings together with our quality manager, who now went to early retirement. And he said, we have a new one, no problem. And sometimes the semantics is really tricky because HANA has to serve a lot of different stakeholders. ABAP is a super important stakeholder of HANA, but there are others as well. Yeah, they're coming from analytics, they're coming from standalone applications, they're coming from CAP, and all of them have used HANA in a certain way, and sometimes HANA is more defined across the SQL standards. You look at all the blank handling and stuff, and the wildcards. This is sometimes not exactly the same like in ABAP, so it's hard. If then a certain problem pops up, of course there is a discussion. Oh, it's in your turf. No, it's in your turf. Yeah, so the people are arguing and saying, I cannot change the SQL standard. We have to support it. Yeah? And ABAP says, no, I have to support how many 250 million lines of ABAP code that exist out there. So sometimes it's really also a fight. And of course, we have to come up with a solution. That's the one thing. The second thing, what was it with the sub-build, etc. I think it's a good step to build integration between the different tools. We always did this. And of course, BUS was a new environment, not targeted at ABAP first. Absolutely sure. And I can give you lots of historic, I don't want to bore you with the history, but we have a lot of historic examples where we also started with new tools. Thomas remembers the famous ITS stuff, and then later we integrated this more closely into the ABAP world. So it's typically a second step. So I think it's quite natural that we think about new ways to make life easier for you, because you have to live in all of those 2, 3, or 4 tools, that we have more bridges, and then the integration gets even deeper. And currently, it's more navigation between the different tools. That already helps a little. We need to go further and have more modeling tools also being used for our development coming from the BUS. And maybe AI helps also a little bit to speed up those use cases. We will see. AI is anyhow also a big bridge between the different technology stacks, etc. So I'm confident that both sides will benefit from this closer integration.
So everybody is nodding. If there are no more questions,
that was a typical PM answer.
We have a coffee break for the on-site people, coffee and some snacks, thanks to the sponsor. You again, thank you. Everybody online, you can now go have a coffee on the private coffee machine. Everybody else, go out, enjoy a coffee, and connect with other developers. So enjoy your coffee break and talk to these people and make their life not so easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye. Oh, was not.
Okay, then then let's start. So, hello, welcome to the last session here on Channel 3 about troubleshooting, integration troubleshooting in sub-BTP ABAP environment. Yeah, as already stated here on the slide, we'll just offer troubleshooting capabilities in the Steampunk system. On the last ABAPConf, we had a presentation from Sascha Wächter, also here in the audience. He just complained about, there is no real troubleshooting capabilities, and how do you do troubleshooting in regards to integration, security, connectivity, and we just take that, and then I just proposed a session, maybe to also already to show that here, and that's why I'm here, and giving an intro on the tools that you can use in Steampunk to do connectivity troubleshooting. My name is Ingo Bräuninger. I'm part of the ABAP enablement team in Walldorf. Our team is basically therefore to enable customers and partners on the one hand to develop, on the other hand to operate their solutions on the Steampunk stack. And of course, connectivity is an essential part of the Steampunk stack overall. So maybe you saw the session from Olga and Thomas couple of 2 hours ago, and there was a big part, of course, connectivity, calling from an on-premise system, doing ATC checks in a central test system, vice versa, bringing the results back. And believe me or not, I just helped also to set up exactly this scenario because we will run into some connectivity issues. And that's a really live scenario. And maybe with that session, I just give you some insights what could be happen and what tools can you use in order to get rid of connectivity problems. Okay, then let's start. First of all, I will just give you a short overview and also share basic principles of the connectivity overall. So what parts, what technologies are involved here. Then I just have a quick or 2 to 3 slides about what troubleshooting that we do have. I will just show them, just say 1 sentence or 1 word, and then at least during a demo, we will then see the troubleshooting apps in action. No, it's always not moving here. Then I just start with a really easy inbound scenario calling to the Steampunk system an HTTP service, because the browser is always helpful here. With the basic authentication to see, hey, what happens in a real working mode. And then we just go step by step into some situations where we just use different authentication methods, certificate-based, SAML, OAuth user token exchange, and I will just also share some issues there. What could happen if you are connecting to the Steampunk system? And of course, we do the other way around. So calling out from a Steampunk system over a so-called outbound scenario. I just have here a quota scenario. I will explain that in more detail what it is. And then, of course, we also then have a Steampunk to on-premise system and also then an on-premise system to a Steampunk system call. In between, of course, we have the cloud connector. Thomas did not show that yet for this scenario from his ATC scenario, because there is a cloud connector in between, and also something can happen also there. We'll also share or give some lights on how is the setup, how is the troubleshooting on the cloud connector side. And hopefully, let's see, I'm not sure if we can manage it because of the time constraint that I show some kind of a mail scenario, maybe some SOAP scenario in an SQL service, or calling from an Excel sheet over an SQL service into the Steampunk system. But that's mainly also, again, if there are some issues, the same troubleshooting tools. Okay, then let's start. That's the big picture, how the integration basically works there. Of course, you might know as developer that we have the ABAP development tools here for development. Of course, also here we connect to a Steampunk system. I will not go into the detail of that because that should be easy. But nevertheless, there is of course an HTTP connection also happening there. And we will cover that anyway in the news. And of course, then Fiori tools development. Yeah, you just want to create your Fiori UI and deploy it to there. And exactly, we have there one scenario. I just picked one scenario here, connecting with the Business Application Studio to a Steampunk system, because here we are just using either SAML authentication or to use a token exchange. We'll exactly see here a scenario and also maybe some pitfalls of what could happen there, because it's a common scenario, would say also customers might struggle a little bit with. And of course, next one is then the big connectivity part, calling in and out to the system to either S/4HANA on-premise system, calling other cloud APIs or any other cloud solutions overall. And of course, using there a lot of services that are running on the BTP, as I just said, for example, Business Application Studio. To the integral parts, basic principles. So again, we have our sub-account. In the sub-account, our Steampunk system is a service instance there. We'll quickly show a demo in 1 second. And of course, then we are using, for the on-premise scenario, Cloud Connector connecting to the sub-account. We'll also show that in a sec. So we see then that we can now connect our ERP system, calling to the cloud system, to the Steampunk system. We see then the Cloud Connector instance connected to our sub-account. I will show that. And of course, I, as a developer, create a communication scenario, so-called communication scenario, adding their inbound and outbound services as a developer. And as an administrator, I have to create a so-called communication arrangement. And this is an administrative task. At the end, it's a kind of SM59 destination what is created. A communication system and a communication user, depending what kind of authentication methods you are selecting. And then, of course, I can connect them in and out to the system. I also have a sample by using a so-called destination service or the destination in the destination service in the BTP. Exactly, to also then simulate, for example, this Business Application Studio call using a postman. Also using a postman as my client to show the demo, because it's quite easy to do some stuff wrong and also see the result then directly in the postman response. Okay, with that, then I will just give you first the demo. Maybe I just stop here sharing. Come on. Okay, then, show the setup. So what do we have? So I think we need to move a little bit down. So what do we have? So I have a sub-account in the BTP, and also here I see my Steampunk systems that I created here. It's called ABAPConf. That's the first part. Of course, I can directly also access then the Steampunk system. Again, it's a service instance. Maybe you just can search for this one here, XO2. There you see this exactly this instance, the ABAPConf instance. And that's the first part. Then on the other hand, again, this is then the instance itself, the ABAP FLP on the Steampunk system. Again, we just dig into the troubleshooting tools later. What I also do have is that we are having here some of the destinations that I will use later on in some of the scenarios. Just again, like a Business Application Studio, connecting over destination on the destination service here to a Steampunk system. And of course, you also see that I have some misconfigured destinations here, because you can do something wrong here. That's quite important, and to see how you figure out what's going wrong. So just we are laughing. That's perfect. And of course, then what I also see here is if I click on the Cloud Connector, that I see I have a Cloud Connector connected to my sub-account here. There are multiple Cloud Connectors that we have running connected against the sub-account. And you also see the exposed backend systems here. And you also see, hey, one of these systems, that's exactly the one that we will use later on. There are currently no resources available. That's one of the troubleshooting points I will show later, because you have to expose, you have to allow list what you're allowed to call on your on-premise system. But we come to that in one of the demos. Okay, Then let's go back. So that's the BTP part. Yeah, then let's go to the ADT part. So I have here an HTTP service developed. Yeah, small, really small sample. You can also directly call that in here. And yeah, hello ABAPConf. And we will reuse this small HTTP service on the one hand to show the troubleshooting in case we are doing something wrong. Yeah, that's always the same HTTP service that we are calling here from different angles. And that's it. Okay, then what do we have here? I also have a function module here. Maybe that's there's this guy here. Yeah, because we are using here HTTP as a protocol. Then of course I also have an RC module that can be called, calling it locally, remotely with a class run. Yeah, you see, hey, now this is working. Any kind of message also responding, hello ABAPConf. And again, we are also doing some troubleshooting later on, calling from the S4 system exactly this RC on the Steampunk side. And also how this will be configured, we also see later. Then that's the service part, so to say. Then of course, what I also said on the or showed on the slide here, you as a developer, you have to create a so-called communication scenario, adding your inbound and outbound services. That's exactly what I did here, having my HTTP service, this hello world, and also this hello world RC as an inbound scenario, as well having the same services as an outbound service. It's called the RFC, and also then using a new technology called the communication targets, so-called application destinations. We'll also come to that in a sec, or later in the demo, what that means. And using as an outbound communication, the so-called communication targets. That's the new way how we exactly recommend to our customers calling from the Steampunk system to the outside world. Over this new service type of communication targets. Okay, then going back to the Steampunk system itself, if I go here to this one here, then based on this communication scenario I created as a developer, I will create a so-called communications arrangement. And this communication arrangement, you will see that the exposed services are in here. That's it loaded. Again, this hello world HTTP service, hello world RFC service, and on the outbound side the same, this HTTP service and the outbound service of this function here, the RFC. Yeah, that's more or less. Behind that, of course, there is a so-called communication system. This communication system is the real endpoint to where we are calling, or what is called basically. And also the communication system also contains the inbound and outbound user. You also see I just did some advanced configuration, also then later on configuring, for example, that we are using a wrong user from is configured so that we just run into an issue. Okay, that's the first part. And last but not least, we are now coming to the first scenario here. And here I just been using here a Postman client to exactly simulate, for example, Business Application Studio, doing this kind of protocol, or this configuration of authentication methods, calling them to the Steampunk system. So that's the first part. Then exactly having shown the setup. Then, quickly introducing the troubleshooting apps that we provide from a Steampunk point of view. So we have the so-called display connectivity trace. Again, we are just using that anyway, but yet you see it and also as a reference for you if you will download the slides later. So the display connectivity trace is one app. We also have the so-called display security audit log. So everything is also tracked there. We have the authorization trace app. If we really run into an authorization issue, by in the application, I also prepared a sample for that one. Later on, if we are just coming to the point to also sending emails, there's also a transmission email monitor for the email transmissions. So also some stuff can be gone wrong here, as you just see here in the screenshot. We also tackle that in a demo. Then there is also, if something in regards to parallelization, if you run something in parallel with the BGRFC, for example, there is some nice things to know. We also have a sample here. And last but not least, if we are running really into or come to the demo for the SOAP services, there is the so-called IAF interface, the sub-application programming interface. For example, if we're using later on the SOAP messages, we need these kind of troubleshooting apps, monitoring apps to tackle down what are the issues there. Then, as I just said, we have the cloud connector. There are also some troubleshooting capabilities. I will show you also then, or we will see that, how this can be used. I also show you some pitfalls there on the cloud connector side. Mainly there are these log and traces on the left-hand side that you see. We'll also have a look into that later. Okay, this is the full-blown picture of the scenarios that I prepared here. Again, on the left-hand side, we have different centers, so to say, clients, like the Steampunk system, the BTP ABAP environment, an on-premise system. I'm using here also for the first demo in a sec, the Postman as a client, and also possible that you just use an Excel as a client using ODBC connecting to an SQL service on the Steampunk system. And in between, we have so-called destination service that we also use here in the Postman. Of course, you can also use a communication arrangement or communication target on the Steampunk side. Then having different protocols, like HTTP, RFC, SQL. SQL means that in the real world, we are using a so-called WebSocket RFC for this communication. SOAP, then of course WebSocket RFC, and also the SMTP protocol for sending emails. Then different authentication types like basic, certificate-based, SAML-based, and also the OAuth to user token exchange authentication. And of course, my receiver systems are simply an S/4HANA on-premise system and a BTP system. And that's what we are now doing. So first scenario is using Postman. You know the slides. Using Postman, with HTTP, using basic authentication, calling the Steampunk system. We are just turning on the traces and see what happens. Okay, then let's go and do that. Okay, then first scenario. Let's go to Postman. Having a Postman request, you see there, connecting exactly to my backend system here, and also maybe one hint or one pitfall could be that you always have to use for this calls the so-called API URL and not the web URL. If you're just connecting or logging onto your system in Steampunk, maybe you see that here. This is the API. That's the web URL, not the API URL. In the communication arrangement itself, you will also find then the real endpoint, the so-called API URL that you should or must use in order to call the Steampunk system. That's exactly what I do here. Just moving that down. Then press send, and of course there's a basic authentication, so meaning sending a username at ABAPConf with a dedicated password. And then, of course, we have at least now a first result. Hello, ABAPConf. Now I forgot to turn on the authentication, the display connectivity trace app. So maybe let's do that. So first of all, hopefully, we just see now that I was now successfully authenticated because all the requests will be successfully logged in the so-called security audit log. Now we should see also then a log from exactly this ABAPConf user. The technical user ID is CC for communication user in the system. That was exactly my request. And there's also then the information, hey, what was the event message? Logon type HTTP. And the method was the P means password-based logon. So you see here HTTP logon. So that's the translation, so to say, of the events here. And P means password-based logon. So that you as a administrator, you see how the user basically logged onto the system. So these events will always be traced, so that you also have the app is called security audit log. But now let's go to the display connectivity trace. Now I will just turn on a new trace. For that, you have to press define trace, say create, and now the first pitfall, I'm running always into that, yeah. You see here, this trace is only valid for 10 minutes. Yeah? So if I now just use that, maybe I just give here a small path prefix for my HTTP URL, just my cheat sheet here. Yeah, and if I now execute and save that, yeah, then we only log these kind of traces here now in the connectivity tracer. We have to do that a little bit on the side, yeah. And again, it's only now 10 minutes, yeah. We will see that later on that I have to redo the configuration tracer, yeah. Normally I should now have put that to, yeah, at least 60 minutes because of the time of the session. But again, that happens, yeah, regular to me personally, yeah, because I just missed to set the timeout to a higher value. And I'm wondering sometimes, hey, why is not something not connecting if you just try to trace something? Yeah, so that's one of my personal pitfalls I'm always running into. Okay, then let's do again the, now where's my postman here? Come on. Send, and then we should now see exactly this trace here in the connectivity, display connectivity trace app exactly. Again, having the user logged on with the performing basic authentication. Yeah, so that's normal, a normal way by exactly doing that. Yeah, so you see what's happening. What could also be happen is if I now go back to my Steampunk system, where's it here? Just open another tab here. Yeah, but also might happen sometimes if somebody tries to log on again and again and again, the communication user will be locked in the system. Yeah, so going here to the communication users, for example, we see my ABAPConf user here. Yeah, and if I now lock this user, to, oops, make it a little bit smaller and save that here. Yeah, if I now go back to my Postman collection, say send, then of course you are not authorized because the communication user is locked. And what is now the log here? Let's just do a refresh. Go. Now we should see another one, yeah, for 1, yeah, and the user count is locked. Yeah. Also, you see here the display connectivity trace app. What is the issue? Why this request failed? So let's unlock it again. Otherwise, we will run into some issues. Okay, then that was the first use case. Second use case is, for example, if I now just have a, yeah, the authorization trace, yeah, just send here this request, and then we see that this communication user run into an authorization issue. If we're now using the authorization trace app, and we also see again this security. Is for authorization trace security stuff in then, of course, I need to activate it. Yeah, for now, let's come to the communication user. That's exactly the sub ABAP set ABAPConf user here. And if I now rerun that request, then I see the trace here in this app, hopefully. Yeah, it's now there. You see that I just traced the start application, so meaning that I'm now accessed the service itself. Yeah, that's this entry here, and then of course I see that I now have 2 authorization checks. Yeah, the first one was a valid one. This was okay. The second one failed because here I'm not allowed to do that. Where is this configured? Maybe I missed to show that in the communication scenario. I directly, as a developer, can specify exactly these values here. Yeah. For me, as a that's the communication user. For me, as the normal user, if I would have used an app, yeah, and might run into some authorization problems, then of course this is also possible. Then I need to go back to my Steampunk display authorization trace app, deactivate the trace, activate it again now for me as the business user. I'm logged on, of course, as Ingo. And if I now run again for example, the preview of the HTTP service, we should now see a second entry in the display authorization trace app. No, come on. Go, yeah, with my user. And then I just did vice versa, that this user just have now 2 values, yeah, that no, this is not the right one. ABAPConf, where is this failed entry? I should have basically seen. That's me. Now here, this one is missing. I need to scroll down here so that I'm now authorized to, no, wrong entry, that I'm not authorized to use the value. That should be basically visible here. I'm not sure why it's not working. Maybe I have the wrong entry. No. And normally you should see that I also then have exactly the same authorization trace that I'm allowed not to call XY, but I'm allowed to call a ZZ. That's exactly this value here. Anyway, not sure why it's not working. Okay, that's yeah, the first test, so to say. Then let's go back to our slide now. The second use case is that we are now doing a normal basic authentication using RFC. Yeah, so for that, I just go back to the to this steampunk system here, calling my RFC module here. And what is also then possible that I just can put that into the background. Yeah, so meaning if I now put that into the background, yeah, it's now scheduled. If I now go back to the steampunk app, that's now the third app that I will show, is that we have a so-called monitor of the BG RFC queues. We should now see that there is something running. And I should also see that something failed because I also implemented some failing. Yeah, that some execution issue occurred, like a assertion failure. That's what I built in. Yeah. So if something happens in the background, for example, yeah, if you just launch that, you also see that the process itself is being executed. Yeah. Now this should be gone. Yeah, and also has now some execution errors. Yeah. So if you have such a use case, yeah, you need to use this BG RFC monitor app in order to tackle these asynchronous calls using the BG PF framework. Okay, then next use case is certificate-based authentication. Now I will now go again back to Postman, configure there using a certificate and calling then the backend system, and also just do something wrong here in the second half of this test using certificate-based authentication. Okay, that's this one. So then let's do it here. So for me here, I have now the authorization type no authorization. Yeah, if I send that, I would just failing connecting to the system. In order to now connect to the system, I need to configure or upload a certificate into Postman. Let's exactly do that. And for that, of course, I need to also then configure the right URL. Again, this is the API URL that you need to maintain here. And then, of course, uploading here now my private key file. This is this one here. Or specifying here a password. Right. And if I now call the steampunk system, then we see now the call is now working. And if we now have again a look into the display connectivity trace app, yeah, we should now see also that we now logged on again. This is since why, yeah, that's the right timestamp. And you will also see, hey, the logon was performed using an SSL certificate. Yeah. On the other hand, now if I now do a wrong configuration, for example, uploading not a valid certificate, which is not recognized or not uploaded into the communication user or communication system, that this one is accepted. Let's exactly do that. So misconfigure that one using now, I think I have to delete that one, yeah. Add again the same API URL. And now uploading a wrong certificate. So for example, I just used a self-signed certificate. Yeah? So one, this is not accepted by the steampunk system. Add this one, and if I now send it again, this request, then I see a certification, yeah, in Postman. And also what we should see, that this is also then shown in the display connectivity trace app. Yeah. You see that something is missing here, yeah, so that the certificate is not in the trust store of the Steampunk system, yeah, so that you have some freaking error message here that the certificate was not validated from the Steampunk system itself. Yeah. That's then the error message on the Steampunk side. Yeah, if somebody sends or tries to go to log on with a certificate that the Steampunk system is not trusted. Okay. Quite important now. I need to delete the certificate. I just made a note here on my side to exactly do that. Otherwise, we will also use or always use now for the next two use cases the certificate to log on and wondering why I do not see it. So I need to definitely delete the certificate. Because Postman will always use then the certificate is maintained here in the system. Okay. Then next use case, just also have it here, is then the so-called SAML-based authentication. For that, I will use Postman, connecting or getting the so-called SAML token from the destination service on the BTP side. Yeah, then again, using the HTTP call from Postman, using this SAML token connecting to the BTP to the ABAP system. Yeah, that's a typical use case for business applications to do, for example. Yeah. So let's do that. Again, first call is to my destination service. At the beginning, I showed you the destination on the BTP side. Yeah, that's exactly this SAML destination. I will get a so-called SAML token from the destination service from the BTP side. That's exactly this guy, and set this token in the next call to the Steampunk system as the authorization token. Yeah, and with that, I'm now able to log on to the system. Hopefully. Yeah, again, calling my HTTP service on the Steampunk side, and that's it. So, Preisfrage, what happens now if I do the request again? Kai, you do not answer.
Should I answer?
Yeah, you can.
It will fail.
It will fail. And why? Yeah, now we have to find out again. Yeah, it will fail. Yeah. Question is why? The SAML token is of course set in the system, but what is our friend? The display connectivity trace set. Yeah, so let's have a look into there. Hopefully the time is still there. So the trace, because we defined it, only 10 minutes. So the next one, if it's there, again, that's exactly the issue. Yeah, now you're wondering why nothing is locked on the Steampunk side. Yeah, that's exactly the point. So we'll do it again. Yeah, create a trace and now set the time up to 30 minutes, for example, in order to this one here. So let's say 40 minutes again, so that we just always trace the stuff. Yeah, but again, that's a pitfall I always run into. Okay, but let's do it again. Yeah, so we just logged on. So the first one was not locked, so we do the same stuff again. So getting a SAML token, again, this is the SAML token here. We set it in the next request as the authorization token here. First one, again, is working. Second one is not working. And the question is why? Now let's see that. Yeah, again, we are logging onto the system using the SAML-based bureau token. Yeah, but the second request is not working. Why? Because the SAML token is already used. That's not possible in Steampunk. You have to do something else if you want to use SAML-based authentication. Connect to the Steampunk system. We do now a fancy stuff. Maybe just also by a side remark, if we just go back here and select that, if I now go to the security audit log, we should also see then again all the access here. Yeah, based, and also for this first one that was successful, you will also see, hey, HTTP method B, and B means exactly this SAML bureau token login. is this?
Runter. Go weiter here.
Da, Summel Bearer Token, yeah, exactly, yeah. You also then see, hey, if something fails and somebody's calling you, yeah, that you just in the audit and the security audit log, you see what was the authentication method used to connect to the system, yeah, and something fails and maybe something is missed here. Okay, but what is the solution now for SAML-based authentication? Of course, you also see what you have to do in order to use a SAML-based authentication, yeah, is to set a so-called sub-security session header to create a security session that you just get a certificate. And with that certificate, at the first request from the SAML request, you just get a cookie and we will reuse that cookie. And so you can log on again and again without getting a new SAML Bearer token. Yeah, so that's what we now do again. Yeah, getting again the token first from the system, from the destination service, going to the second request here. Again, we are setting, right? I set it, yeah. Going to the request, send it again. Now we are logged on. And if we now do it a second time, hopefully we just can call the service again. So what do we see on the Steampunk side? If I go back, refresh here, so that was my first one that we logged on. Yeah, you see that I performed a SAML logon with the Bearer token, and the second request, what I did is now that the security session was used, meaning that we now have a cookie in Steampunk on Postman. This always works if I click the second time. Yeah, that we now get a cookie set in on Postman to exactly use that cookie to log on with this so-called security session that was created on the Steampunk system. Okay, that's one important thing. Yeah, if you're just using SAML authentication, again, for the colleagues from Business Application Studio, that's always a pitfall, doing some configuration wrong here. Then, because also of the sake of the time, I will skip some of the SAML stuff. Yeah, of course, what you can do is misconfigure some stuff on the BTP side. Yeah, again, I have here some samples. That's my that you just use wrong audience, for example, on the destination side. Yeah, that use this audience is not correct specified in order to exactly do the. I think you have to watch or read documentation about that. Yeah, if something happens, but we will also then see again. Your friend is the connectivity trace. You will see such failures then in the connectivity trace. What is missing? Okay, but I will just go ahead with the next one. That's the OAuth user token exchange scenario. So again, we are using Postman connecting to the destination service. Now using OAuth 2 user token exchange destination. Again, calling our same HTTP service on the BTP side. So let's do that. And for that, I need to get rid of the cookies first, otherwise this will not work. Then this can be closed. Again here, same procedure. Yeah, we just get first an access token from the BTP side. Now it's called a so-called Bearer token that we just get, not a SAML token, a Bearer token. For example, if you're also interested in what is basically the token about, there's also quite a nice website. This is this guy here. And if you're interested in how the Bearer token is encoded, yeah, you can directly see with that jot token IO website what is the token about, yeah, because it's only valid for me, yeah. So I'm able to log on to the backend system. There's also then the expiring date, yeah, it's now expires Friday, yeah, 5/12, yeah, you can log on with that one, and that's basically all the information. If you are interested in if the token is valid that is sent to the backend system, you just can display it here, this website, for example. Okay, let's go back to Postman. Yeah, exactly using the token here. Again, same request. Yeah, again, our HTTP request. Now setting the Bearer token. And of course, I can reuse that token every time. Yeah, I do not have to set the sub-security session because this Bureau token is now valid every time. Of course, I would also recommend to set the security session here in order that you just use then the certificate for the second call because you already logged onto the system. What we can now also basically do. Okay, then maybe just one configuration that is a misspell. So I just used here a wrong system. So configured my destination on the destination service pointing not to my Steampunk system I'm using, just using a different one, different Steampunk system, getting a token for that one. And if we're doing that, getting this token, again, setting it to the same HTTP service, using this Bureau token for the wrong system. You see it here in the authorization header. Send it. I will just get Anmeldung fehlgeschlagen, means I'm not allowed to log onto the system. If we're now going back to our connectivity trace app, we should now see much more entries here. Let's go. And then we also see the last one, the one that failed, yeah, because of the certificate, more or less the authorization was not valid, because what happens behind the scenes is that this Bureau token will be the JOT token will be transferred into a short living certificate, and you are not able to use that certificate because it's not for the right system. That's what's happening here. This is this message all about. Good. Then next use case is now calling from a Steampunk system to a Steampunk system. So that's more or less the first outbound use case. Again, what I just told you at the beginning of the session was that for this use case, we recommend so-called communication targets. Yeah, so what is a communication target? A communication target is a development object that is referenced in your code to retrieve the correct destination from you want to consume a service. Yeah, and again, this is the recommended approach for using today HTTP communication. We're also creating or preparing or delivering that for upcoming releases also for RFC. Currently, it's only available for HTTP communication. Maybe just go inside my system, just open such a development object, communication target. This is exactly this guy here. And of course, what I then use, what I do here with that is that I just, by getting an instance of this communication target, create an HTTP client in my Steampunk system, executing again the request against my hello world, hello ABAPConf HTTP response. And if I do that, executing the class run, then you will see hello ABAPConf, getting normal authentication, meaning that I now use the outbound service that I configured for my communication arrangement, remember, and getting also again calling the inbound service on the same communication arrangement to call the HTTP service. Of course, you can do that also from one system to another. I'm just calling now from my Steampunk system over the communication target then to the same Steampunk system. But of course, that will work also between different Steampunk systems. Okay, then let's come to the next outbound use case. Here, calling from Steampunk over a cloud connector to an on-premise system. Again, scenario BTP over communication arrangement. That's in this case using RFC, using basic authentication on the on-premise side, calling the on-premise system. But for that, what I want to show here is also then the setup of the cloud connector itself. So meaning, first of all, I'm now using here this class run here. That means that I am now using class run, the communication arrangement, calling really to the S4 system over the cloud connector and getting some response of, for example, the function module get system info, or also implemented a short, small test function module on the on-premise side. So let's execute that. So we see that I now get a response from the S4 system. Yeah, that's my S4 system here on the remote side, as well as a message from the same system with a different response here, my own function module that I used here. Okay, for that, I'm now going to the Cloud Connector session expired. To my Cloud Connector to also give you some troubleshooting hints here. So first of all, what you have to do is you need to connect your sub account, then your Cloud Connector to a sub account. So that was the first part, yeah, that you saw in the BTP cockpit, that this Cloud Connector is exactly connected to that sub account. Maybe just have one sample about connecting, or connecting to a different sub account. That's exactly this one. Yeah, what you have to do is to enter the region here. Yeah, basically you have a value held list here, depending on what site you are, your global account resides. That's the region here. Then of course you need to enter the sub account ID. You will also get this information directly on the sub account itself. Maybe going here, then yeah, this is the sub account here. And if you go to the overview page, you see on which endpoint, API endpoint you are. That's exactly the value that I entered, cf-sub-hana-on-demand.com, and also then my sub account ID. And that's more or less what I entered here. Again, this sub account is already connected. That's why I'm using a different one, but the information more or less are the same. To be honest, yeah, I'm now using exactly the sub account that Thomas was using in his demo about the ATC setup. Yeah, you also see exactly the stuff inside there. That's exactly this guy here. Yeah. So this full-blown setup for this ATC demo is configured here. Yeah, you also see the cloud connector that is connected to. Yeah, that's more or less the same setup. Yeah, then let's go back to my cloud connector. This is this guy here. Yeah, this again, this is this custom code migration. Oops, custom code migration account. Yeah, then I will now log on with a user. I already I'm now using a different user because of I do not want to break the demo from Thomas. Yeah, and this user, of course, if you now see it, maybe just have a yeah, will receive an error message hopefully, because this user in that sub account does not have the authorization on the BTP side to connect. So you need to have the so-called destination or cloud connector administration role, and this one is lacking exactly on this authorization. So if I go back to here the users, oops, security users, then you will see that this user here, yeah, exactly the online user here does not have any kind of all collections assigned. Compared to this one, yeah, that's exactly the one that I'm using here to connect. This is then the Cloud Connector Administrator. And if we're now connecting or using this guy here, example configured here, let's call it ABAPConf. Yeah. It works now. Yeah, and now we just connected our cloud connector to a different sub account. And if I now go back to this guy here, then we also see now this cloud connector is also now connected to the sub account. Yeah, no resources are yet exposed. We'll do that in a second. Yeah. So that's the first part. And then yeah, what we can do if we just now go inside the sub account, yeah, there again no resources are exposed. Either you just create it manually. I also prepared here a short demo by uploading it, the same one that I configured for the real sub account we are connecting to. Yeah, so you can simply up and download the resources to the cloud connector. That's the outgoing part, so meaning that all the HTTP paths, so to say, are now exposed. And if we're now checking our connection, for example, then that should work, that we now have connectivity from the cloud connector to our to one of the Steampunk systems. But again, I will just go back to the one that is already configured. maybe just delete that one here. Okay, so if I now go to this account here, yeah, I see what resources are exposed, and you see maybe I also disable the resource to the API business partner or data service. So if I now go back to ADT, this is this one here. Yeah, this is now a call using again class one in my Steampunk system to call to my S4 system over the Cloud Connector. But this time I'm using an OData service. Now for this one, I created, because I didn't want to implement manually all the stuff inside my Steampunk system, I created a so-called service consumption model based on the metadata from the OData service, the business partner API. And based on that, I just created exactly this call using, on the one hand, a plain HTTP call, on the other hand, having also a method calling the service consumption model, by using exactly this service consumption model I just showed you. And by doing that, we should receive an error message because of, the call is forbidden. Why? Because the service is not exposed in the Cloud Connector. Yeah, and if I now just enable that one, that stuff is now exposed and accessible, we just can go back to ADT, do it again, and hopefully we should now get a response exactly from my Steampunk system, from my S4 system, and calling the service on the S4 side. Yeah, and of course, vice versa, the same way is that we just can use more or less an inbound call to our Steampunk system. And if I go back to my presentation, that we are now calling from the S4 on-premise system over RFC, and also configured a WebSocket RFC connection, again using basic authentication to my Steampunk system. This is exactly the way back. By doing that, just maybe executing that, we will see two things. First one is not working, calling over WebSocket RFC, and the second one is working, using a normal SM59 destination mapped over the Cloud Connector. For that one, going back to the Cloud Connector, what I also need to do is to expose, of course, on the Cloud Connector, calling from the S4 system to the Steampunk system. Meaning I need to create a connection, pointing in the Cloud Connector to my Steampunk system if I want to use a normal SM59 destination. Using WebSocket RFC, I do not have to do that, because it's a normal plain HTTP call, so to say, directly from the S4 system to the Steampunk system. But for the normal, for this normal SM59 destination, I need to allow this and expose that one on the Cloud Connector side. What do we see by this call in the connectivity trace? It's more or less on the security audit log, because we should see a failure, that for the WebSocket RFC, that's exactly this guy, the password was not valid, configured in the SM59 destination on the S4 side. And that's why we exactly see this error message here in the security audit log. So that the password for this one is now failed. Okay, then. Wir sind schon drüber, ja.
Das ist super.
Then, what you should have now, last one is the mail, but I think it's the same again, There's the transmission monitor app, and if something goes wrong, you will also see all the stuff then in the dedicated troubleshooting apps on the Steampunk side.
Excellent. Jetzt schnell drüber. Sorry.
No worry.
Aber super, super Plan. Ja, was muss ich stellen?
Jetzt haben wir schon mit den Links angefangen, mit dem Kino oder was da?
Es sind so wenig Pausen eingeplant.